What up, guys? Gangsta are back with a brand new episode of my monthly figure purchases, and this month we are here for the month of August 2023. I hope you guys are excited. Hope you guys enjoyed the last episode for July. Very crazy, busy episode. I apologize for adjusting the camera. I don't know, it's kind of annoying me. It seemed not centered, but it seems decent now. Yeah, in the month of July, we had a couple of cool figures that we showed off. Well, more than a couple, but, you try to be modest. And just tons and tons of news, because obviously in July, we had San Diego Comic-Con, and that was a very busy time. A lot of cool stuff announced, so in case you missed that episode, go check it out. And this month was a pretty chill one. Definitely in terms of figure news, there was like maybe 1/10 of the figure news from, the last episode to this episode. So that's pretty cool. Pre-ordered a couple things. We'll talk about that stuff later. But in terms of things I got this month, some pretty cool items. I got a couple items I might consider like Holy Grail items. Now, I was trying to think about this because I was having this internal monologue. Like, when I think of a Holy Grail item, I think of a figure that has eluded you for so long. You never got a chance to get it as a kid. It was always sold out. Maybe your family couldn't afford it. Whatever the case may be. And then you end up buying it later on in life when you're like an adult and you got more money and blah, blah, blah. That's what I think of when I think of a Holy Grail item. But, for example, I think one of the few Holy Grail items we've done on this series is the Dragon Zord from the Zord Ascension Project, the Lightning Collection. And for me, I never really wanted that version of it, but I always wanted a Dragon Zord. So it was kind of a Holy Grail item in terms of I didn't want that one specifically, but I did want a Dragon Zord. So I still kind of considered it a Holy Grail item. So there's a couple of those that are figures of people and things that I've wanted for quite some time. Maybe not this specific version, but I'm still going to classify it as a Holy Grail item of sorts. It's it's in that category, but maybe it's not that particularly. I can't really think of any figures that I have a desire to pick up from my childhood. If I were to see it at a toy show or something, I'd be like, holy shit, that'd be so cool to have now. But with now, there's just so many better sculpts and designs and paint apps and articulation. It's I'm fine getting a better version of it now. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, some Holy Grail-ish type items in this episode. Also, before I forget, I do want to update the giveaway. The giveaway is still on. So in case you missed the last episode, I talked about how it was the 1 year anniversary on the last episode. 1 year of doing these figure videos, which is mind-blowing to me. I talked about it in the last episode. I can't believe it's already been a year already. And I want to do a giveaway. So I talked about in the last episode that I'm I want to do a giveaway, and I looked up a couple different things. I will say I don't have the product yet. So I did tons and tons of research. I looked at items kind of based on my collection, I wanted to keep it in that realm. Maybe a wrestling figure, Marvel Legends, Power Rangers, something along those lines. I think it only makes sense. Why the fuck would I give a Star Wars figure away if I don't even collect Star Wars myself? It just wouldn't make sense. So I went to the rabbit hole of man, what can I give away? Because I want it to be a cool item. I want it to be something that, again, I don't want to repeat myself too much from the last episode, but, I don't want it to be an item that you can just go get yourself at a Walmart or a Target. I want it to be very unique, something hard to get, something that would be cool for someone to get, that they would be excited for. And I looked and I looked and I looked, and eventually I did find something. But the thing is, it doesn't release until the end of August. So I'm not going to have it for this episode. I'm not going to reveal what it is because I want to have it in hand before I, talk about it. But I do have an item in mind that I do want to give away. And hopefully we'll have that for September. I want to say hopefully, but I'm pretty sure we'll have it. But, I just don't want to count my chickens before my eggs hatch. But yeah, it has a release date of late August, so it was never going to come in time, even if I pre-ordered it. So that was pretty lame. But yeah, should have it for the next episode. The only hint I'll give is that it's a wrestling figure. That's all you get for what it could possibly be. So next month, we'll have that bad boy, and we'll do a proper giveaway. So look forward to that. I've talked long enough, my intro monologue. Before I show off what I got this month, I am going to quickly play a pre-recorded video that breaks down all the different collections that I am building towards. So without further ado, I'm going to cue that up. In case this is your first time watching, this will kind of help you out to what I'm building towards collection-wise. And if you are a frequent viewer, so you already know what I collect, I have timestamps in the description, and you can just kind of click anywhere you want in the video if you want to see something specific or if you want to watch it all. Hey, you're more than happy to do whatever you want. So without further ado, let's cue that video up and then let's show off some cool stuff. Before I show off what I got for the month, I'm going to quickly go through what I'm collecting and what you can expect in this series. And it breaks down to 8 different collections. First one, we got Marvel Legends. For this, I mainly collect Spider-Man and X-Men, mainly anything that comes in those lines. I've broken down and basically started collecting one of each character. I don't collect everybody per se. There are characters where I will shy away from. Characters who I'm very not familiar with, I will stay away from. Unless they're on clearance and they're a good deal, I might snag them up. But I tend to just stick with characters that I'm familiar with or I know somewhat. And with the Marvel Legends, I don't collect any MCU figures. I mainly just do comic, video game, or animated show design characters. Next, I collect McFarlane's DC Multiverse. For this, I mainly just do Batman, his allies, his villains, just kind of get one of each. I am starting to build out some other collections like Flash and Green Lantern. Now I'm kind of looking to collect one of each major character. Major villains, major heroes, to kind of do like a Legion of Doom and a Justice League kind of setup. For this as well, no movie figures, strictly video game or comic inspired designs. Next, I collect Transformers. For my Transformers collection, I only collect Beast Wars figures or animal characters, whatever you'd like to say. With this, I started collecting with the Kingdom line, and that has transitioned to the Transformers Legacy line, so that's what I'm collecting now. I also collect the retro Beast Wars figures, and for this, I'm just kind of looking to collect one of each, Predacons, Maximals, stuff like that. Next, I collect DragonBall SH Figuarts. For this collection, I'm just looking to collect one of each character. Now, each character does have multiple forms, like Goku, for example, has 7 different Saiyan forms. I might collect those all eventually, but my main priority is just getting one of each character. Next, I collect Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. With this one, it's a little weird. I respect them more than I like them. I grew up somewhat with them, but I'm not crazy about them. But I like them enough to where I want some representation of them in my collection. So that's why I've decided to collect the Loyal Subjects Best Action line. For this, I just really want the Turtles and Shredder. They are creating other characters, but for me, I want to collect all 4 Turtles and Shredder. And once I have that, I'll start to collect some of the other figures. But if they decide to end the line eventually, I'll be happy with having the Turtles and having Shredder. Next, I collect video game characters. For this, I mainly collect characters from video games that kind of mean something to me, my favorite games. I also collect some figures of characters from other games, kind of, bigger games, Sonic, Mario, stuff like that. But I tend to just pick characters from games that I really care about. Next, I collect Power Rangers. For this, I collect Hasbro's Power Rangers Lightning Collection. With this, I'm looking to collect one of each Ranger, each villain, just one of each. There's also a couple different items in the Lightning Collection. They're starting to do the Zords, and they do some roleplay items. For me, I do plan on collecting the Zord Ascension Project as they release more of that. In terms of roleplay items, not for me. I'm just about the figures. And then last but not least, I collect wrestling figures. For this, I collect mainly WWE Elite Style or AEW Unrivaled Unmatched. I collect both those lines. I'm just looking to collect one of each wrestler. And fun fact about this collection in particular, it is the only collection of mine that I take out of box for whatever reason. Everything else stays in the box, and I display it as such. So now that you know what I collect, let's see what additions are going to be coming to my collection this month. All right, there you have it. 8 different collections that I'm building towards, and I might have to edit that video a little bit. I've been thinking about it lately. I want to kind of update some things that I talk about in that intro video. So maybe for September, we might have a different little video there. Definitely want to tweak some stuff, but in terms of this month, we got a pretty stacked lineup. We have an addition for each collection. All 8 of my collections are getting an edition. It's always exciting when that happens, because sometimes, something falls through shipping-wise, or I wasn't able to secure something for another collection. And then there's some months where I get something for each collection, and it's like, goddamn, that's a good month. But before we get into the figure showing off, I want to start out with a graphic novel. Now, I've been kind of toying with this idea of doing a graphic novel, kind of review, because I'm like, do I want to include it in this figure stuff? And, I ended up saying, you know what, yes, I do want to do like a graphic novel type review thing, because it kind of fits everything. Like, it's all nerdy type of stuff. So I think, talking about a graphic novel, it fits with everything else that I kind of talk about. It's not like I'm reading a cookbook and I'm like, I made these really awesome brownies and I'm going to share the recipe with you and I'm going to do a live taste testing right here. Like, that's, very out of left field. But I've done these graphic novel reviews a few times, like I've kind of trickled it in a previous couple episodes, and I think starting with this episode, it is going to be a monthly segment. So starting with this month here, August 2023, the graphic novel that I picked up was one that I've been interested for quite some time. The title itself is very, very intriguing, at least to me, and the book that I'm talking about is Spider-Man: Sinister War. I'm a big Spidey fan, and this just seemed like a very intriguing book, as you can see by the title and, the cover art with all the different villains. It's cool seeing the Sinister Six in a story, but what if you have multiple incarnations of the Sinister Six all working together to stop Spider-Man? That sounds pretty nuts. So I've had my eye on this for quite a while, got it, and I read it, and I enjoyed it for the most part. There is one thing in particular I wasn't really a fan of, but I will kind of save that towards the end. But in terms of the story goes like this. Actually, you know what? Let's just read the synopsis, because that will give us a better feel for the book. I mean, I'll expand upon some parts, but for the most part, let's just, read whatever the book's about. So, we've got Dr. Octopus is back. He's assembled a new Sinister Six. And if you think he's thought big in the past, think again. But what Doc Ock doesn't know is that the Vulture has a sextet of his own, the Savage Six. Brace yourself for an all-out war between 2 of the greatest villains in the Marvel Universe. I wouldn't consider Vulture one of the greatest villains in the Marvel Universe, but you know what? That is really building him up. And the only person they hate more than each other is Spider-Man. Spidey is in deep trouble with the toughest battle he's ever faced, and a deadly dozen of his fiercest foes out for blood. Amazing Spider-Man scribe Nick Spencer and the legendary Mark Bagley team up for an epic story guaranteed to shock readers. So in this book, we get Sinister issues 1 through 4. And I will say that they didn't really do a great job of telling the story. Like, that is the story, but there's really more to it. So the actual story, which I'm not going to spoil anything, so don't worry about that if you do plan on reading this. There's a villain by the name of Kindred. It's one of Spider-Man's more recent villains. Here's a picture of what they look like. Literally the first page in is a picture of him, Kindred there. As you can see, he's got this centipede or millipede. I think it's centipede. Basically, he's kind of the puppet behind this whole ordeal. So our friend there, Kindred, goes to a bunch of these Spider-Man villains and says, hey, I want you to kill Spider-Man, or I'm going to kill you. I implanted bugs in you, similar to the centipede that was on him, in your brains, and if you betray me or you don't succeed, I'm going to kill you, and your soul is going to go to hell, and you're going to be tortured for an eternity. So all these Spider-Man villains are like, oh shit, this is serious. I don't know how Kindred established himself as such a top tier villain, you're scaring the likes of like Kraven, Vulture, Scorpion, Lizard, Doc Ock. We'll go through all the cover and all the people that kind of make an appearance. We'll do that in a second. And basically, Spidey just has to kind of survive. But can he survive with, 6, 7 different Sinister Six groups all trying to kill him? Well, that's what you got to read the book to find out. So yeah, a lot of different villains appear in this book. I'm going to kind of quickly go through some of the ones that you can see. So we got Doc Ock, Kraven, Vulture, Sandman, Hydro Man, Lizard, Scorpion. This is a character by the name of Stegron, I believe it was. He's a newer Spider-Man villain, not too familiar with him. But I would love to see a figure of him that would be a really cool figure. I'll show off, actually appears in like one of the first few pages. There's a nice shot of him there. So that is Vulture's group of Sinister Six, Stegron, King Cobra, Tarantula, Familiar Person. If you watched the last episode, we got Vulture, Scorpion, and Rhino. There's another shot of Kindred there. I'm not going to go too in-depth in the book. I might show a couple panels here and there, but for the most part, I'm going to try and keep this spoiler free. And here's another villain by the name of King Cobra. And on the back, we have even more Spidey villains. We've got Juggernaut, we've got Morlun, we've got Taskmaster, we've got Grey Gargoyle, Black Ant, Shocker, Lady Doc Ock, Lady Craven. I don't think that's her name, Lady Craven. I don't know what it is, but there's a Lady Sinister Six group that is kind of variations of all the people that are villains of his. So you can see Doc Ock, you can see a female Electro there. This is basically like a female Craven. We got Boomerang. I don't remember if I mentioned him, but Juggernaut, he was a really cool surprise. And there's a couple other people in here that I'm not familiar with. Can't really recall their names. There was a lot of characters that were introduced, so it's kind of hard to keep up with at certain points. But one thing I really liked about this story is it really reminded me of like the Arkham games. Batman Arkham, you know, Asylum, City, Origins, Night, all those fantastic games, by the way. But it reminded me of that in the sense of all this stuff that takes place in this issue is all in the span of a night. Where we saw that first group with Vulture, they attack Spider-Man. Actually, no, they attack someone else. I'm not going to say who, but then Spider-Man gets involved, and then eventually the other Sinister Six groups come in to hunt down Spider-Man, and then, you know, that's where it becomes a Sinister War. But yeah, this whole issue or story takes place in the span of a night. And I think people kind of forget that about Arkham Knight and Origins and City and all that, is yeah, the whole game is kind of set in the span of one night, one hellacious night for Batman. In this case, one hellacious night for Sinister War. It was cool to see a couple villains that I haven't seen in quite some time just kind of be thrown in the mix. There's a whole side story with Doctor Strange and Mephisto, which I won't go into too much. And I'll say for the book, it was a decent little read. It seemed pretty short. It's kind of a thin book. Just going to quickly go through some pages. Don't want to spoil too much stuff. But yeah, it was not as long as I was kind of hoping it to be. Like, I know it is 4 issues, the Sinister War series, but, you know, sometimes they throw in other stuff, like they throw in, like, the continuation of Sinister War, so it might be, like, Sinister War, The Fallout, or something like that. That is something I would have liked, because the end does kind of just fall a little flat. There is a big event that kind of ends the Sinister War, and I would have liked to seen some follow-up on that, but there really is none. And the one thing that I think kind of sucks about that, because if you look at the back, you can see that the Sinister War is issue 1 through 4, and it's a standalone thing, but it's like, where, if I wanted to continue reading this, what would I pick up? I'm sure I can Google it and stuff, but if they put in, you know, Spider-Man issue 23 is, picks up where Sinister War left off, and then I could be like, okay, then I can get, you know, Spider-Man issue 24 and continue reading on. So that would be my one negative, is the story just kind of ends. But other than that, I think it's a pretty fun story. Fun little ensemble with all the villains making an appearance. Not all the villains, but you get a good amount of villains. There's villains like Venom, Carnage, Hobgoblin, Green Goblin. Like, those guys aren't there. But, you know, if you mention a villain, like, you're like, I wonder if this person's there. There's a very, very high chance that this person is involved in the story. So, pretty cool book. I would recommend it if you do see it on sale. I would say it's a good little read. I wouldn't recommend it at full price unless you're like a hardcore Spider-Man fan. But if you're looking for like a decent little Spider-Man read, you want some fun action, I would recommend The Sinister War. Hope you guys enjoyed the book review. I actually liked it quite a bit. I enjoy reading, and this kind of gives me a reason to read more. And I think this will be a continuation. I did buy some books, and I do plan on reading some for the September episode, so look forward to that. And maybe if you have any recommendations on some reading material, I'm definitely open. I usually stick in the realm of like Batman, Spider-Man, X-Men. Those are my 3. But, you know, a good story is a good story, so I'm kind of open to whatever. But let's get into the figure showing off, and we are going to start out with the collection that did not get an edition in the last month's episode, and that is Dragon Ball SH Figuarts. And the addition to the collection here is, it's one of those items I was talking about earlier, the kind of Holy Grail-ish items. I don't know if I'd consider him a Holy Grail item. Like, it's really cool to get a figure of this guy because he's just probably the coolest Dragon Ball Z character, but it's kind of a Holy Grail item in terms of, like, I've never had a really nice version of him, like a nice figure. I had one. Actually, you know what? Let's introduce the guy, and then we will, talk about some other stuff. But the person I am talking about is probably the coolest Dragon Ball Z character. I don't think that's really up for debate, but some people, if you have your favorites, that's fine. But in terms of the coolness factor, I think nobody tops this character, and the person I'm talking about is Trunks. I think without a shadow of a doubt, he is the coolest character. He's got a cool look. His first episode appearance is super badass. Like when he first debuted, Mecha Frieza came back. And it was a pretty interesting time in Dragon Ball because they just finished the Frieza arc. They were doing all these random little episodes like Goku and Piccolo going to get their driver's license. And then one day, Mecha Frieza and King Cold come to Earth to finish off Kakarot. And all of a sudden, we get the appearance of Trunks here, who turns into a Super Saiyan and makes quick work of the villain that tormented these Z fighters for a whole season. Just cuts them up into pieces and blasts them into nothing. And it was like, whoa. And not only that, just him being a Super Saiyan, because at that point, the only person who turned Super Saiyan was Goku, and he did it to defeat Frieza. And then they just got this random guy who appears and he's already a Saiyan. It's like, whoa, he's got to be super strong. And he's got this really cool sword. And then not only was his debut fucking awesome, all the stuff that followed where he's like, hey, I'm from the future, so introducing time travel, that's awesome. And I come from a world that is completely ravaged. Your world's in trouble. Goku, you're gonna get this illness and you're gonna die, and there's gonna be these androids that come and kill everything, and they're unstoppable, and you guys are all fucked because Goku's gonna die and no one else is gonna be able to stop them. So it's like, holy shit, not only do you come in, you kill Frieza, and then you drop this bombshell of like, there's not even one, there's two of them, androids, 19 and 20, who end up being Dr. Jarrell and Android 19, I don't think he had a name. So comes in, drops that bombshell, and then he's like, I'm not done, I still got the mic. Then he goes to Vegeta and Bulma and is like, hey, you guys are my parents, and you guys kind of got to get together so I can be born. So as a fan, we went from like just these filler ass episodes to, Trunks coming in and just dropping huge bombshells that completely flips the story on its head. So for that right there, he is the coolest and he just looks awesome. One thing I really like about this figure is it's a 2-in-1. Not only do you get a Super Saiyan head version, but tucked away back here, you get a normal version of Trunks. So it's a 2-in-1 figure, which I think is awesome because, Tamashii Nations, SH Figuarts, they like to do single releases of characters. They'll give you like, oh, regular Trunks, oh, Super Saiyan Trunks, Super Saiyan 2 Trunks, Super Saiyan 3 Trunks, Super Saiyan God Trunks. And that makes sense because, you want people to buy multiple figures. You don't want people to buy just one figure with all these different heads. I get it. That's part of their business plan. But if we take a look on the back, here are some nice shots of him in Saiyan form, and we get a nice little shot of him with his regular head. I'm surprised they didn't do just like a nice clear shot. Like, this is a pretty close-up, but I would have liked to see like a full body shot with this head on. But comes with his sword, his signature blue jacket, his awesome looking boots and pants. But let's show off the box. So here is a nice shot of the Trunks figure. And actually, one thing I really like about this figure, more specifically the box, is the light blue, the kind of tealish blue, greenish, that is kind of around the box, is kind of like the color for the box. I think it's pretty cool. Most of my collection for SH Figuarts, it's a lot of purple boxes, orange boxes. So this coming in like this teal blue just makes it really stand out. We've got the stickers of authentication right here, Tamashii Nations quality. And toy animation. And as we can see in the box, there's Trunks looking awesome. Comes with 3 different head sculpts. That's a very Vegeta looking head of his, or face, I mean. Definitely inherited his father's face. Here's a more angry look of him. This is a stoic one. And here he is showing some teeth because he's ready to attack. And we got his nice sword that comes with a strap. You can put it over his arm, as you can see here. I'm not sure what else is in the box. I'm going to assume hands back here. And then, of course, we got the head here. I don't know why they hid the head back there. I think that'd be a cool item to kind of show off. I think the sword could have probably gone there. Like, we know that the sword comes in the box because we can see him with it here. But, you know, I think people would have just liked to have seen that this head comes in this box. Small thing, but, you know, that's my opinion. Some nice shots of him here. On top, we just got the window. Actually, we have a nice shot of him with his regular head. Here, we've got some kind of continuation shots from the other side. Him pulling out his sword. Here, he's got his sword out already. Here as well. On the bottom, we got Super Saiyan Trunks, the boy from the future. And that's a really cool looking shot of him there with the sword and stuff. He looks like a fucking Soul Calibur character there. On this side, we've got Super Saiyan Trunks, the boy from the future again. And as we saw before, here is the back. A couple cool action shots of him. Here he is with the sword out. Here is him, you know, regular version, grabbing his sword. Him kind of powering up. This is the picture that's on the cover. This here. And him going for a slash. I think that's the slash that he went for on Mecha Frieza when he debuted. And here is him with probably, like I mentioned, one of the extra sets of hands in the box, and he's going for his signature move. Don't remember what that's called off the top of my head. So now I got a couple people to show him off with. The first one, this one's not going to make sense, but I don't have the mecha version of him because that has yet to come out. We will be talking more about that later. But here we got regular Frieza. Mecha Frieza has not come out yet, so in the meantime, I gotta have this version of Frieza, even though, you know, they never met. It, you know, still a cool visual to see them together. Next, we got the villain that Trunks did not warn them about, and that is Cell. Trunks warned them that the androids are gonna come and take over, but it was really Cell who, you know, was the overarching villain. That was the next saga. Well, actually, no, it was androids, then Cell. And if I remember correctly, it's been a while since I watched. Cell ended up coming on his time machine when he went back in time. Like, I know Dr. Gero was working on Cell, but I feel like I remember there was a Cell something that was in Trunks' pod when he time traveled. That I don't remember as clearly because this did happen a while ago. I'm gonna have to do some research on that. But yeah, Cell here next to Trunks. Very, very cool. Next, we've got Krillin. And the reason I brought in Krillin is because, you know, I'm trying to build out the Z Fighters, and these are 2 members of the Z Fighters, along with, like, Piccolo, Vegeta, Gohan, Goku, Yamcha, Tien, and I'm sure there's a couple more that I'm missing, but I'm trying to build that core group of Z Fighters, and these are the 2 guys that I have so far. And then last but not least, I got one more comparison for Trunks, and I just thought this would be a fun one. I don't know how many interactions they've had in, like, the show. Well, in the show, 0. But in terms of, like, movies, I'm not too sure. But the character that I'm talking about is probably someone I would say is cooler than Trunks, just because he's fucking awesome, but I would like to see these 2 guys kind of be on the screen at the same time, and it is Broly. I think in terms of cool characters, I think nobody tops these 2. I think this is kind of like 1 and 2. You can kind of argue, you know, Trunks would be the coolest or Broly would be the coolest. But yeah, I don't know how much interaction they've had together, but I would love to see them kind of go at it. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know how it would end. Broly absolutely, you know, just him grabbing Trunks, doing a fucking Mortal Kombat fatality, rips his head out of his spine and makes quick work of him. But I just thought this would be a cool one to show off, just these 2 guys. But yeah, all in all, I'm very happy to add this to my collection. Like I mentioned, big fan of Trunks. I think he's the coolest. And I'm very, very happy to add this to my collection. And I think the figure looks pretty cool. I don't know if there's any deco on the jacket. That's something I did not mention. Actually, no, there is. That's what I was kind of looking for, that little arm patch. Because as I was looking at it here, I'm like, man, the jacket looks kind of bland. I wonder if there's the deco, because I think that's the only deco. I don't think there's anything on the back. But I believe that's Capsule Corp. Yeah, Bulma's dad, that's his company, who's technically his grandfather. I can't wait to get those Android figures and kind of build out like that Android saga along with Mecha Frieza, who again we'll talk about later. Very much looking forward to kind of building that season out, because that's my favorite. That's my favorite season of Dragon Ball. So very cool edition. Very happy with this one. The biggest thing I like is the 2-in-1. Love that you get the Super Saiyan head, and love that you also get the regular version. I think that's a nice touch. Next, we're going to be jumping into TMNT, the Best Action line, and I got a pretty cool edition here. I wouldn't say many people's favorite Turtles character. I'm going to say she, and you're automatically going to know who I'm talking about. I'm just going to bring her out, but it is April O'Neil, the friend of the Turtles. I know she's probably not a lot of people's favorite character. People usually gravitate to like Casey Jones or the Turtles or Splinter, Shredder, Bebop, Rocksteady, Krang, whoever's your guy. But then you got April O'Neil, who's just kind of in the background doing her little news reports on the Foot Clan, and a very integral piece of the team. I would say so. So definitely had to pick that one up. I think the figure looks pretty cool. In the box, you got a nice little petite April O'Neil. I think her yellow uniform looks pretty good. As you can see here, here's a nice cartoon shot of it. The face scan's a little wonky. I don't know if the eyes are too spread apart or whatever, but the face looks super weird. I do like the scared face more. I think it looks more natural. But this stoic expression on her, it's so lifeless. I think they should have gone with like a smirking face, because you got the scared face, and then maybe do like a smirking face here. But yeah, this face scan that they did for her here looks very plain, no expression. But also in the box, we get 2 sets of hands. As you can see here, we get a nice microphone for her to interview people. We got a nice headset. Maybe she's working the truck. She's getting some feedback from her producer, like, hey, aim the camera at the car accident. We want to show these people mangled in that car accident. People love to see that shit. And then you've got a gun, because, the turtles are not always around, so you got to defend yourself. And probably the coolest addition here is this little standalone video recorder. I like that quite a bit. I think it's a very cool addition. And we will show off the box. So kind of similar to Trunks with that light blue. As we can see here. I mean, his is a little darker. But yeah, just actually something I just noticed. They have the similar color box. Nice shot of her there. April O'Neil. On top, we got the window. On the side, we've got another window. On the bottom, boring stuff. On this side, we got a nice little shot of her here. Actually, even this expression would have been pretty good on the face. I mean, pretty much anything other than that, I think, would have been good. I do like the hair on it, though. I think the hair looks good. It's just the face. The face is a little brutal looking, but nice little side shot of April here. And on the back, we see all the accessories and a nice little shot of April. Actually, she does look pretty good here. I don't know if it's I think the eyes are different. There's a lot different. Man, lighting can really do some work there. Looks quite different from what we got here. This definitely looks better. I don't know why, but I think it just looks more solid here. I don't know if it's just the pose that just works with the face. I'm not too sure, but I actually don't mind how this looks. Let's read her little biography. April O'Neil is a quick-witted television news reporter for Channel 6 News. She's the Turtles' most loyal human ally and is most often their link to the outside world. That is true. She's constantly delivering them pizzas so they can have good sustenance, so they can go fight the Foot Clan. And here we see the accessories, which, are in the box, and we went through them all. So there they are, looking pretty cool. So now we'll pose her with a couple of her turtle friends. We've got Donnie and we've got Mikey here, looking pretty good together. Nice little group shot of them. And I definitely had to bring in this next guy, and it is Casey Jones, who actually has a very similar colored box. Actually, by similar, I mean the exact same. Had to bring him out. You know, these two lovebirds here found love together. Well, when I think of them more in the movie. I'm not sure how it was depicted in the cartoon or in the comics or anything, but at least in the movie, the live action movie, the first one from the 90s, where they kind of just hate each other, and then they like hate each other so much that they love each other, and then they end up falling in love. Quite a love story. Before The Notebook and Titanic, we had Casey Jones and April O'Neil in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. A love story as old as time. So a very cool addition. I know this is quite a short segment, but I don't really have too much to say about April. She's just kind of there. She's a cool character, but she's not my favorite character. But she's definitely one that I definitely needed to add to my collection, especially that I have Casey Jones, and I have the Turtles, and, you know, she's kind of like the glue that holds them together, so. Not much to say, but she is a very important piece to the puzzle. Next, we're going to be jumping into McFarlane's DC Multiverse, and I only got one edition this month. And if you watched the last episode in my pre-order section, you will know who I'm talking about, but if you're not sure, it is the newly released character, the gold label figure of Catman. There he is, and to be honest, I'm not too familiar with him. I got him for a couple of reasons. First, and probably the biggest reason I got him is because I believe he's a Batman villain. I don't think he's the biggest, well, obviously he's not the biggest because I'm not too familiar with him, but when I think of him as like a low-tier Batman villain. I could be wrong on that. I know they've had some encounters, but I don't know if it's enough to say like, oh yeah, I would add Catman to the Rogues Gallery of Batman villains. Although I think we can add him there. I think they've had enough interactions to where you can kind of consider him to be one of like Batman's lower tier villains. So that's one of the reasons why. And the other one was it's only available on the McFarlane toy store. You can't get it anywhere else. That's what makes it a gold label figure because it's an exclusive for there. And I gotta say, for a character that I wasn't too familiar with, I'm surprised how much I actually like how his figure turned out. We'll take a look at it first because I do think they did a great job with it. Now, I would say there's a bit of an issue with mine, at least when it comes to the teeth and the mouth. It just looks kind of weird, like when they printed on the teeth and the lips and stuff. It doesn't look like it lines up. It just looks kind of gross looking, like Abraham Lincoln with the fucking wood teeth. That's what it kind of reminds me of. So that's a little unfortunate. Other than that, I think it's pretty solid. You get a good amount of accessories. One of my favorite accessories that he comes with are these little claw hands that he already has on. I think those look really, really cool. Big fan of those. I think the figure itself, looks pretty solid with all the different browns. Light brown and then a darker brown for the hat. The mask and the cape. You've got an extra set of hands here, just some normal hands, and you got a couple knives. And I'm not sure if there's like a place to put them in the back. Actually, I can see it right here. I don't know if I can catch it on camera. Right there in the back, there's a little holder for the knife. So that is actually pretty cool. Actually, we can see this one here right there. Let's see if it'll focus. Right there. You can see it. Oh, no, I had it. I had it focused on. Come on, go back. Right there. It's right there. That little thing in the back. And one of my favorite additions to this figure, and I hope it kind of becomes the norm. I'm honestly not sure if I like it. I think I do like it because it's kind of new. But what I'm talking about is the addition of the cloth cape. So most figures nowadays, or most figures in the DC Multiverse, if they do have a cape, it's just a solid plastic rubber cape. And usually you can't move it around. It just stays still. Sometimes it's kind of in a whooshing position where it's like, air just kind of blew past it. It's kind of off to the side and stuff. But with this one, you get a cloth cape. And I think that's a really cool touch, especially with it being an exclusive figure to like McFarlane's toy store. I think this is a nice little cool addition to kind of incentivize people to pick it up. So I really like that quite a bit. As you can see, the nice cloth cape. The bottom here, you can see it moving inside, which is quite nice. Honestly, I was really thinking about it. I'm like, are cloth capes the way to go? And I think sometimes it works on figures, and sometimes I would prefer rubber. As weird as that might sound, I think it depends. I think for the most part, I'd probably prefer cloth capes. I just think they kind of look nice. But sometimes I kind of like the way that they have it designed in the kind of rubber plastic. So I kind of like both. But if I had to choose one, I'm not sure what I would choose. I'd probably choose cloth just because you don't get it too often. And when you do get it, it's kind of a nice touch. So I think that is pretty cool. And, this is getting a cloth cape. There's been a couple Batmans that are getting a cloth cape, specifically the ones in the 6-pack, the movie 6-pack. That one looks really nice. All those Batmans get a cloth cape. So it's going to be interesting to see if they adapt that for every person with a cape. But I think for Catman, I think it looks pretty solid, and I think it's a pretty nice looking figure. We'll take a look at the box. So here's a nice shot of Catman here. Basic McFarlane stuff, but I like to do a breakdown of the box. On top, we've got a little window. On the side here, another side profile, and we see the name Catman. On this side, we've got Catman and what the design was based on, which is Villains United. Not familiar with that story. On the bottom, we've got some boring stuff, and on the back, we've got a nice comic shot of Catman. And if you like this shot of Catman, well, you're going to love the little card that comes in the background because it is the same picture. So that is a nice little addition. So very cool figure. I think it's going to make a solid addition to my Batman villain collection. And speaking of my Batman villain collection, let's talk about the man himself, Batman. And we've got my Arkham City Batman alongside Catman here. Unfortunately, Catman never made the cut in terms of appearing in the Arkham universe. I'm sure there's Easter eggs for him somewhere, or maybe he appeared in the comics, but as far as the games, he never made an appearance. But I think these guys look pretty good together. And then I got a couple more people to kind of show them off with. This one, I'm not sure if they've had any interaction. I'm just doing this purely based on the name. We've got Catman, so how about bringing in Catwoman, who is also based in her Arkham City design. Like I said, I don't know if they had much interaction in the comics, but I thought I had to bring Catwoman. I think it'd be kind of dumb to kind of leave her out, especially with Catman here, so I thought this would be a fun one to look at. Catman and Catwoman. And I've got one more person. I might have to adjust the camera because this is a bigger individual, and the person I am talking about is, we saw him in the last episode with Mr. Freeze. In case you missed that, go check it out. But it is Bane. Actually, he fits in quite perfect. So you might be saying, why are you bringing in Bane? And the reason I'm bringing in Bane, these two actually go together because I remember when I worked in a comic shop, I think it was 2010, 2011. I was in high school. I was doing my co-op placement, and it was for business, and they put me in a comic shop, which I thought was pretty cool. Every Wednesday, I would help organize the new releases for the comics. I remember seeing a cover in particular, and it was I forgot the name of the team. I think it's called Secret Six. It's basically kind of like an offshoot of the Suicide Squad, where it's a group of villains that come together, and I'm not sure if Amanda Waller is in charge of them. I'm not sure if they're villains for hire type thing, but it's kind of another group of DC villains that come together, and these are two members that are part of the group, Catman and Bane. I'm not sure about any other members of the team. I've seen some pictures where it's had Deadshot in there, a couple other characters who I was not familiar with, and unfortunately there is no Deadshot figure, so I can't bring him in. But I thought this would be a fun one to do, Bane and Catman together, 1/3 of the, I think it's Secret Six. But yeah, just kind of wanted to show them off together. I think they look pretty good. I think this figure looks good next to anything. It's one of my favorites. But anyways, our focus is about Catman. And like I said, I think Catman is honestly a solid addition. It's a character I really had no interest in before it was announced. If they announced some of our upcoming people that we're going to be releasing are Catman, Villain A, Villain B, Villain C, I would probably not be too interested in Catman, to be honest. But after seeing the figure and seeing some shots of it, because it's an exclusive, I kind of made more of an attempt to pick it up. And you know what? Honestly, I'm happy I did. I think this is a solid figure. I'm actually quite happy with it. I think it looks pretty cool. It is kind of a basic design. I like the browns on the costume. I like his little face skin. I mean, there is a little issue of the teeth and the lips looking kind of gross, but I can kind of look past that, to be honest. I think the rest of the figure looks solid enough to kind of make up for it. So yeah, very happy with this one, and glad I picked it up. Alright, next we are going to be jumping into Transformers Beast Wars, and I got one edition this month. It is a pretty cool edition. I'm very excited for this figure, to be honest. I remember when it was announced on stream, I was like, holy shit, that is so cool. And the figure I am talking about is from the Transformers Legacy line. It is the Maximal Leader Leo Convoy. So a lot of people might not actually be familiar with this character, but basically in Japan, well, let's back it up a little. In America, or North America, we had the Beast Wars series, which was pretty awesome. I liked it quite a bit, and I'm trying to collect the figures for it. Very dope series. And after the whole Beast Wars series, they went into the Transmetals and stuff, and then eventually into Beast Machines. But in Japan, they decided to kind of continue on with Beast Wars, and they did this whole new show called Beast Wars 2. There's two different ones. There's Beast Wars 2 and Beast Wars Neo. This is where my knowledge kind of gets a little fuzzy on this because I'm not too familiar with those properties. I am a little familiar with Beast Wars 2, and I know that our boy here, Leo Convoy, was the leader of the Maximal team. And when they announced that they were doing a figure of this based on, like, you know, the Japanese anime, it was like, holy shit, what a deep cut, you know? It was someone I was not really expecting. I was expecting, you know, if they were going to do more Beast Wars characters, it would kind of be people from the cartoons or maybe even the comics. I never expected them to go into the Japanese anime section and kind of pluck this guy out. I'm actually really happy they did. I think it's really cool, and hopefully it opens the door for more Beast Wars 2 characters, even Beast Wars Neo characters. Just give us more Beast Wars characters in general. I do have one negative to it, and it's going to be a pretty quick one, but it is the fact that it is the plastic-free packaging, so there's no window here. I've gotten a couple of these in the past, and what I've done is put in my own custom window, so I'm going to do that after. But I just wanted to show it off with how it came, and maybe I'll input some footage of that, of what it looks like. So to be honest, that'd probably be my only negative. I think the figure looks awesome. I love the box art with the lion here. I think it just looks super majestic. You know, he's ready to tear someone's face off. You see the claws here. You see the big teeth, the yellow eyes. Beautiful mane. Just, it looks incredible. You know what? Let's actually take a look at the box real quick. So here is a nice shot of Leo Convoy. Or Leo Prime. I know I've been saying the wrong name because here it is Leo Prime, but this character is also known as Leo Convoy. I believe that's what he's known as in Japan. So I apologize for that, but yeah, he is referred to as Leo Prime, but Leo Convoy also works for him. On top, we've got Transformers Legacy Evolution. There's a QR code in case anybody wants to scan it. I'm not sure what you'll end up getting, but if you're interested in it, there it is. On the side here, we got a bunch of different Transformers characters from over the years. That's kind of the whole theme with the Legacy line, is they're taking bits and pieces from different parts of the Transformers universe and kind of throwing it into one wave. So very cool to see. We see our boy Leo Prime here and a bunch of other Transformers. We got some cars. Looks like an Optimus over there. Not sure what this giant head is. And then we've got the Junkions, I believe, are what these guys are. I've heard some people from Hasbro talk about them when they've done the streams and stuff. So I believe they're the Junkions. I believe that's their names. And then we got the Dinobots here. Grimlock and Friends. Looking quite nice. I think it could use a couple more animals, in my opinion, whether it be from Beast Wars 2, or Beast Wars Neo. I'm not opposed to it. And here we see some plastic-free packaging, except tape and glue. On the bottom, we've got some boring stuff, and we got a giant line. Jeez, I did not see this bad boy. What the fuck? The box is cut. What the hell? Dude. I had no idea. This is my first time seeing this. What the fuck? Look at this gigantic cut hole. Oh, I just made it worse. Wow, that absolutely sucks. I got this from Amazon, and I guess when they packed the box and whoever was opening it just took a knife straight to it. Oh man, that sucks. That really, really sucks. I'm going to stop touching it because I'm definitely going to be making it worse, but holy shit, I just noticed that. And there's a little crease here from the cut, but that's devastating right there. I might put a piece of tape to kind of hold it together. We'll see when I put the window in, but my heart hurt as soon as I saw that. I was like, no, the box, it's messed up. Ugh, okay, we got a power on though. And here we see a nice art shot of Leo Prime looking quite nice. I like the design on this quite a bit. You see the nice lion head on the shoulder. You see Optimus Prime, or Leo Prime, but you know what I'm saying. The Optimus head and body, you know, his classic colors, the red and blue. Looking quite nice. I even like the claws for the feet, the lion feet. Looks awesome. And on the back, we've got a nice shot of the lion transformed in its lion form and the Optimus Prime version. And apparently the lion has a bunch of guns inside its head. I guess the hair flips over. Let's see if we can see it actually, because it is open, so if it's kind of in reach, I will kind of mess around with it. Oh, this came up. Oop, I don't know if there's guns here. Doesn't look like there's guns, because there's like these holes. I don't think those are guns. There's guns somewhere, and I will try and find them, but it kind of looked like it flipped from the hair. Actually, you know what it might be? If you flip it over those holes that I showed off right there, the gun is probably separate. As you can see, it's in his hands here. So you can probably take it off and put it in the main and have it be like a turret mode kind of. That's probably what that's for. But yeah, we can kind of mess with the figure a little bit because it does have an open window. So we see the nice Optimus head here. And I know his chest can open. Boom, just hollowed out for the transformation. But something that's pretty cool that I saw. Actually, I think this piece has to go in first. As you can see here, this little door opened up. But you can see the matrix of leadership in his chest here. There's a little window. A little door, I apologize. Right here where the maximal symbol is, which is a nice little shot of it there. It's kind of hard to open, but if you take your nail, kind of dig it in there, and you can open it up, and there it is. Whoops, the lion head's blocking it. There it is right there. It looks like you can press it, like there's a little knob here, but it doesn't. It's just solid plastic. That's me trying to press it, but nothing's happening. It would have been cool, like, I don't know, maybe a gun shoots or something like that, but there is no action to it. And let's see if we can see anything in the box. In the box, there's a gun of some sort. Actually, yeah, I believe that's the guns on the bottom. There's one in the bottom left and one in the bottom right that we can see there. And unfortunately, we can't see the lion head because it's kind of tucked away in there, but I'm sure it looks pretty cool. Not as cool as this, but, you know, it does look cool. So I've got a couple people to show off Optimus with, and it is his fellow Beast Wars 2 Maximal members. We've got Snarl, and we've got Clawjaw. In the Beast Wars 2 show, these are actually people who are part of the team. I've actually watched one episode. It was on YouTube. Unfortunately, it wasn't in English. It was like Japanese with an English subtitle. I tried to watch it, but I just couldn't get into it. But I did see this guy. In that show, he is referred to as the Tasmanian Kid, but in North America, he's referred to as Snarl, as we can see up there. And I'm not sure what his name is in Beast Wars 2, but he is Clawjaw in North America. And yeah, these are just a couple members of the team. Other members, you've got, there's a baboon, who I believe is on the back of one of these boxes. Bone Crusher here, the buffalo, I believe he is part of the team as well. Does Snarl have the, no, they've got the same ones. But yeah, as far as some other members of the team, I remember seeing Bone Cruncher, who we saw there, who's a buffalo. I saw Magna Boss. Now, I don't know if I'm confusing it with the Beast Wars Neo series, or if this is all part of Beast Wars 2. That I'm not too sure, but I know for sure that these are all part of the Maximal team in Beast Wars 2. 3 members out of, I think the team is like 5 or 6. But yeah, I thought this was just kind of a fun one to put together. And another person I thought that would be fun to kind of show them off with would be Beast Wars character Optimus Prime. I don't know, should I put him like this, or do we see the box art like that? I'm going to put it like this because we can see the 2 figures. But yeah, we've got the leader of Beast Wars 1, I guess we'll say, and then the leader of Beast Wars 2. Both of them are Optimus characters. We got Optimus Primal, and we got Leo Prime here, or Leo Convoy. But yeah, I thought this would be a fun one to do, just the different animals, the different leaders of the Beast Wars team. And this is something I just thought that would be fun to kind of put together, is we've got basically all the kind of jungle cats all together from different releases, the Legacy line, the War for Cybertron Kingdom line, and the new and improved Legacy Evolution line. So we've got a snow leopard, we've got a white tiger, we've got an albino lion, we've got a black panther, a cheetah, and a Bengal tiger up here. Unfortunately, a lot of these characters are the same character, just repainted, as you can see by the cheetah, the shadow panther, and the, what's this guy's name? Night Prowler. You can see they're the same figure repainted 3 different times, but technically they're 3 different animals, you know, a panther, a leopard, and a cheetah. And then same thing with Tigatron, and the character up here is a character by the name of Mutant Tigatron. Not too familiar with him, but I ended up picking this up a while ago. And this is just a regular tiger, and this is the back of the box, because the front of the box you cannot see who it is. So that's why I'm displaying the back. And then, of course, we got the star of the show, Leo Prime, there in the center. Nice little group shot, all the little jungle cats here. And we've definitely got, you know, front and center, the guy who would keep all these people in line. But yeah, all in all, I'm very happy with this figure. I think it looks great. I love the box art especially. I think it really brings it to life. The figure looks great itself. But the one thing I'm really happy about is the fact they're even kind of diving into Beast Wars 2 and the Japanese anime. Hopefully there's more in the pipeline. I would love to see, you know, characters from the Japanese anime, whether it be Beast Wars 2 or Beast Wars Neo, kind of be included. When I first saw this, like I mentioned, I was kind of like, whoa, what a deep cut, and hopefully this is the first of many to come. But yeah, I'm very happy with Leo Prime here. Here is an update on Leo Prime I have put in the window. As you can see here, this window, or the plastic, is from a AEW Unrivaled figure. Yeah, it just fit perfectly. There's a little bump in the plastic here, which honestly doesn't bother me too much. I think the plastic looks perfect. You can't touch the figure. It is now protected, and this is how it should be. And hopefully how it comes in the future, because I know they're going back to the plastic packaging, so I hope they start packing these guys up again. And I don't know if anybody cared, but I also taped the cuts from the inside. So as you can see, you can't open the cut anymore. I was debating taping it on the outside, but I'm like, that would look ugly. So I taped it from the inside, and I think it looks nice. So yeah, very happy with the figure, and now I can put it on my shelf. Alright, next we're going to be jumping into the video game figures, and I got one edition this month, but honestly, it's a very cool one. This is one of those figures that I kind of talked about earlier, where it's kind of Holy Grail-ish, where I never really wanted this specific version. I just wanted some representation of this video game in my collection. And the person I am talking about is a character from one of my favorite games ever. We're going to talk about it because I've got a lot to say about this series and, you know, how it helped me evolve as a gamer. The character I am talking about is from the Little Big Planet series. It is Sackboy. Little Big Planet holds a special place in my heart. I really like the game. And honestly, it was kind of a love-hate relationship at first. A little bit of a story incoming, so in case you want to see more about the figure, maybe skip a few minutes, but I want to explain why this means so much to me. So, long time ago, when Little Big Planet 1 came out. At that time, I was really just a Call of Duty kind of guy. That was my game. That was pretty much the only thing I played. I was just a Call of Duty guy through and through. Nothing else really interested me. And I remember one day, one of the guys that I used to play Call of Duty with was playing Little Big Planet. And I didn't know too much about it. I just know it was kind of like a kiddie game. Keep that sentence in mind later, because it is going to come up. And I'm like, dude, why the fuck are you playing that stupid kids game? Hop on Call of Duty. Let's go, run some lobbies and stuff. And he's like, dude, don't shit on the game. It's actually really fun. He's like, I honestly, I think you'd like it if you tried it. And I'm like, you know what? No, that's some bullshit. That's some baby ass game. That's not for me. I'm Call of Duty. I was Mr. Cool Call of Duty guy at the time. Forgive me. I've changed. I think this happened during World at War. So at the time I was playing Call of Duty 4, loved it. And then the Call of Duty cycle at the time eventually changed to World at War. And I wasn't really a fan of it. I really did not enjoy it as much as I did with Modern Warfare. It just didn't hit it for me. I didn't like the multiplayer. I thought the zombies was cool, but it kind of got boring after a while. So I kind of got to a point where I just wanted to play something else. And I remember it was around Christmas time. It was between Christmas time, or maybe it was a little bit after New Year's, but around that time. I took a bunch of my Christmas money. I went to GameStop, or EB Games as it was known at the time in Canada. And I bought a bunch of games, a bunch of used games, just a handful of whatever. Like I tried to pick a bunch of different variety of games. And when I was picking out some games, I saw that Little Big Planet was on the shelf, and I'm like, My friend told me that I would enjoy it. He's spoken very highly of the game. I'm like, you know what? What's the worst that can happen? I thought it was a pretty good price. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to grab it. So I got home. I played all the games. And, I thought they were okay. Nothing really hit for me. And the last one I played was Little Big Planet, because it was the one I was kind of least excited for, because I just viewed it as some kind of lame kids game. And boy, was I wrong. I played Little Big Planet and I fell in love. I absolutely enjoyed myself. It brought me back to when I was a kid. Just a really adorable, fun platformer. I love the aesthetic for everything. You've got Stephen Fry as the narrator. It was just really, really fun. And I felt like an idiot after, because I'm like, God damn, I completely, judged this book by its cover by saying, oh man, it's just some stupid kids game. But it was so much more. And I just kind of fell in love with the game. I played the story, had a lot of fun with it. Played community levels, and that's one of the biggest things I love about Little Big Planet is the community levels. So if you've never played Little Big Planet for yourself, the game kind of plays like this. It's a side-scrolling platformer. That's the main genre of it, if you're going to categorize it. But once you play the single player, and even playing the single player, you get tools and objects and stickers and stuff to help you make your own levels. And that's where the community creations comes in, where people can create their own levels. They upload it. They get feedback. I think they can tweak it. I'm not sure if they can do that. But basically, people would just create their own maps and upload it. And man, the community made some amazing levels. Like, just really, really cool stuff. And I was like, holy shit, this is awesome. And I remember I bought a bunch of the DLC costumes. Even though the costumes don't really add anything, I just loved the game so much. I just kind of wanted to support it any way I could. I bought a bunch of the costumes, bought a bunch of the DLC. There was a bunch of DLC expansions, at least in the first one. There was more later on in the other games. But in the first game, you had the Metal Gear Solid pack. You had the Pirates of the Caribbean pack. I believe the Marvel pack was part of Little Big Planet 1. That might have been Little Big Planet 2. I can't recall at this moment. But yeah, I really, really enjoyed myself. And then when Little Big Planet 2 was coming out, I was like, dude, I am so excited. Oh, it looks so good. And Little Big Planet 2 is honestly a really great game. It took everything from the first game and made it bigger and better. And I think they absolutely killed it with Little Big Planet 2. I think it's probably the best of the series, and I'll talk about that in a second. And actually, I loved Little Big Planet so much, whenever Little Big Planet 2 was coming out, I actually pre-ordered the special edition. I remember I got this gigantic box, and inside it came with the game, it came with a Sackboy plushie, which I believe I have. I would have to dig it up. It came with these bookends to kind of hold your games in place, which I think I used for like a month, and then I ended up putting it away. And it came with a bunch of costumes that you can have on day one of release. There's been a couple other Little Big Planet games since then. There's been Little Big Planet 3, which was a PS4 launch title or launch-ish title. Came out around the beginning of it. That one I don't have too many good memories of because I played it with a couple of friends. We actually did videos on it. So for those of you who are not familiar, I used to have a second channel where I did co-op and multiplayer with some friends of mine, and we actually did a lot of Little Big Planet content. I'll actually put the playlist in the description if you're interested in checking it out. I would warn you that some of it's kind of cringe. These videos are upwards of like 10 plus years old. So the video quality might not be great, the audio quality might not be great, and we just might say a lot of stupid stuff. So you've been warned if you go and watch it, but I'll put I'll put all the playlists in the description, fuck it. We did Little Big Planet 2 stuff, Little Big Planet Karting, Little Big Planet 3. But with Little Big Planet 3, we tried to do a co-op playthrough of it, and the servers were just so dog shit that we had so many issues trying to record it. I'm sure if I played it by myself, I would have had a much more enjoyable time, but Little Big Planet's the kind of game where, you play with friends. It supports up to 4-player co-op, and then with Little Big Planet 3, they introduced those other 3 characters, Swoop, I forgot what the other 2 are called, but the big guy, the small guy, the bird. And yeah, so I don't really have too many great memories of Little Big Planet 3 just because the servers were so dog shit. It kind of bogged down everything because as we were trying to play a level, someone would disconnect or the whole lobby would lag. It was really, really bad. So I don't really have too many positive memories of the third one. It's more so the second one. And then they did a couple other games. They did a karting game. You can create your own levels and stuff. And that game kind of failed. I thought there was another game that did it much better by the name of Mod Nation Racer, which was a PS3 exclusive title, and they did karting and community creation stuff better than Little Big Planet Karting, in my opinion. And then after Little Big Planet 3, Little Big Planet has kind of taken a break. So in terms of the order of game releases, it was Little Big Planet 1, Little Big Planet 2, Little Big Planet Karting, Little Big Planet 3, and then more recently, which was a PS5 launch title, was Sackboy's Big Adventure, which I believe is what this is based on. As you can see by the name here, Sackboy. There's no mention of Little Big Planet anywhere. It's just referred to as Sackboy. We will get into the figure in just a second, but as far as Sackboy's Big Adventure, that was way different than what the previous Little Big Planet games were, where Little Big Planet was a side-scrolling platformer. With Sackboy's Big Adventure, it was a 3D action adventure game. It did remind me of Little Big Planet, but at the same time, when I think of Little Big Planet, I think more of like the side-scrolling platformer stuff, so Sackboy's kind of different for me. I do hope there are more Little Big Planet games in the works, because honestly, it's a series that I really, really like. As you can tell, I've spoken very highly about it. But you know what? Let's show off the figure. I've done enough talking, and I will do some more talking after, because I have nothing but good things to say about Sackboy and Little Big Planet. But as you can see here, this is another figure from the Nendoroid line. So last episode, we got our first ever Nendoroid with the crewmate A, and we'll be bringing him back later to do comparisons, but just want to show off that that was the first Nendoroid. And after the crewmate one, I looked at the Nendoroid line and I was like, man, I wonder like all the other cool figures that they have for different video games. And I went through them all and I actually found that they did a Sackboy one. And honestly, it looks really cool. One of the things I really like about this figure is that it comes with costumes. As you can see, it's kind of hard to see because all the plastic is wrapped in there, which kind of sucks because visually it's just kind of like a cluttered mess where it doesn't look as clear. You can't see a clear shot of the figure. But in the box, we've got a hat, a top hat here, a scarf, a set of bunny ears. We get another head for Sackboy, and I believe there's sunglasses as well, because if you look on the side here, there's sunglasses. Oh, you know what? I think I know what that is. I think that's the sticker pack that you can add onto the figures. But yeah, you get a couple different costumes, so you can kind of deck them out however you'd like. Very similar to Little Big Planet, where you can kind of customize your Sackboy to look however you'd like. You can change the color of his sack. You can add a bunch of different accessories, eyewear, hatwear, bodywear, bunch of different cool costumes. So very cool with the inclusion of these, and I like how they're very varied. They didn't stick with one specific theme. It's kind of a bunch of different random things, which I think is really cool, because that is what Little Big Planet is. But yeah, here's the figure. I think it looks solid. I think it looks really good. You've got the sack texture on him, as you can see there. You can see some stitches along the arms. You've got a zipper for his body. He's got the happy expression, his little button eyes. And I think he's a pretty good size. He's about this big, which doesn't really mean anything, but it's about the 4-inch mark. So here's a nice shot of the box. We got Good Smile Company, Nendoroid series. This is number 1928. Here's a nice shot of the top, Sackboy with the product number. Here is him with a couple of the accessories, the top hat and the scarf. On the side here, we see the same shot here, and we see him with the bunny ears and the different expression with the tongue out and the sunglasses, which is part of a sticker pack, which is something that the Nendoroids series does, where they add these different sticker expressions that you can put on your guy. I don't know how they work because I've never opened one. I don't know if you can like put it on and then, oh, you change your mind, you take it off and you can reuse it. I'm not too sure. It would have been cool if there was just like regular glasses instead of the sticker, but I digress. We saw this side. We see a nice little shot of Sackboy here, and we saw this one a couple times. On the bottom, there he is, looking very happy. And on the back, another expression that you can do with Sackboy where he is a sad Sackboy. And there's nothing really else on the box, as you can see here, but it is an official licensed product from Sony PlayStation. So it is comparison time. We've seen a few appearances of him already, but now let's get him officially, and it is Crewmate Red. If you want to see more about Crewmate Red, definitely check out the last video. So far, I'm happy with the two that I picked up, and I'm going to do some more research on other characters that I might need to look at to see if I need to add to my collection. But yeah, very cool so far. And like I mentioned on the back, this is a official Sony licensed product, and I brought in a few other Sony licensed product figures that I have. So here we have a Hellgast from Killzone. These guys don't really have much in common together. I think you've only seen them once together before, and that would have been in like PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. But other than that, there was no connection between the two. I just thought this would be a fun one between two PlayStation properties. And then we got a couple more characters to show them off with, and unfortunately these are no longer PlayStation exclusives, but they were at one point, and I brought in a couple of Crash Bandicoot characters. So here we got Coco Bandicoot, and I think she looks pretty good with Sackboy. They line up pretty well. I would say about there. Feet to feet are about there. I would say he would definitely be smaller than Coco Bandicoot. So it looks like she does tower over him a little bit, but I think that's correct. Next we got Dr. Neo Cortex with his gigantic head. He can kind of come off as a Nendoroid. He can kind of fit in that line with that gigantic head of his, but not too much correlation between these two, but I just thought it'd be a fun one to include. And last but not least, we've got the man himself, former PlayStation icon. This is kind of a meeting of the minds. You have PlayStation 1 icon Crash Bandicoot, and you've got Sackboy here, who was introduced in the PS3 gen. He would be considered the mascot for that. And like I mentioned, I know that these guys are not PlayStation exclusives anymore, but I just thought this would be a fun group shot to include a couple of PlayStation exclusive characters. I still associate Crash with PlayStation. Like in my heart, he's an exclusive character, even though I know he's like Activision and he's multi-platform now. Never forget your roots. And I'd definitely love to see some more, whether it be, Sony doing their own figure line or, outsourcing it to different companies. I would love to see more companies doing PlayStation characters, whether it be Kratos, whether it be Drake from Uncharted, Ratchet and Clank, Cole from Infamous. Just to name a few. I would love to see them get figures and work with a company, or like I said, just produce it yourself. You've got such a rich history with all these PlayStation characters. It would be awesome to see them come to life in figure form, but if they don't want to do it, there's other companies, as you can see here, that will do it for them. So yeah, all in all, I gotta say I'm extremely happy with this figure. I'm happy to finally get some representation for Little Big Planet in my collection. As you saw earlier, I talked about it quite a bit. It does mean a lot to me. And like I mentioned earlier, I do credit it with changing me as a gamer. Before, I was just some guy that would play Call of Duty, and that was pretty much it. And then after playing Little Big Planet, I went from being like a Call of Duty guy to, I'd say, more of a open gamer, where it's don't judge a book by your cover. Actually, there's two games I would kind of associate with that, and that would be Minecraft and Little Big Planet. Games that visually might appeal to a younger demographic, but you got to give it a chance. And like I said, I'm glad Little Big Planet kind of changed me as a gamer to be more open to trying different games, not judging them at first glance, give everything an opportunity, and then you can kind of make a decision, but don't just judge it based on how it looks. So I would love to see more Little Big Planet games in the future, or maybe Sackboy games in the future. That's one issue I have with this figure, is I wish it had some mention of Little Big Planet. Now, I know it says Sackboy, and it's probably more to do with the Sackboy Big Adventure game, but I would have liked for them to have acknowledged Little Big Planet. So I guess with all that said, I can kind of consider this a holy grail-ish item. Is it the Sackboy figure I wanted since I was a kid? No. But I think it is a great figure that comes with a lot of cool accessories. I think it's kind of the perfect Sackboy figure. I'm not sure how many there are, but I do love the accessories that it comes with. I think maybe it could have came with a few more, especially for the price point that it came at. But yeah, very happy to have this figure. It looks awesome, and I can't say enough good things about Little Big Planet. One of my favorite games ever. Alright, next we are going to be jumping into Marvel Legends, and we've got 2 editions this month. And regarding these 2 editions, I'm going to just say right now, they are not the most exciting editions, just for the simple fact I'm not familiar with these characters. These are 2 characters that I picked up from my toy guy, and I had intentions of picking them up down the line whenever they went on sale, because I didn't think they were worth the full price, because like I said, I'm not familiar with them. But he gave me a decent deal, so I'm like, fuck it, fine, I'll pick them up. And the figures I am talking about are from the same wave, the Marvel Legends Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania wave. It is the characters known as Egghead and Crossfire. So I'm just introducing them together. We will break it down and, check out each one. And of course, plastic-free packaging. So we got to open it up to make sure everything is good inside. But yeah, I couldn't care less about these 2 guys. And I don't want to say that because I don't want to make it seem like I'm being forced to do this, because I'm not. I could have not picked these guys up, but they're not the most exciting addition for me at all. Like, bottom of the barrel. So we're going to check out Egghead first, because he definitely looks like the least interesting of the 2. And if we look at the cover, we can clearly see why he is called Egghead, and that is probably because the shape of his large dome. Mother and father are probably, a chicken and a rooster, and maybe the farmer had sex with the chicken as well, and it seems like that's how he got this monstrosity. But yeah, here he is, just a, evil-looking scientist in a lab coat and a gun. Nothing really too much to say. We will do a quick look at the box. So there is the front there. On top, we've got Marvel. I'm actually surprised they didn't put, the Ant-Man logo, but whatever. We'll go this side next. So here we see the Build-A-Figure for this wave, which is Cassie Lang. And like I mentioned, this wave is all based on the Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania movie, which I still have not watched yet. I actually haven't even watched the second movie, but that's a whole different story. I feel like I can skip it to watch the third one. But here we can see all the people in the wave. I think there's someone missing. I think there's an Ant-Man that's also in this wave, but he does not come with a Build-A-Figure. But here are the other figures that we get Build-A-Figure pieces for. So we're going to be getting the chest, and we are going to be getting the left leg with Crossfire. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but just a little heads up. On the bottom, plastic-free packaging. On this side, we've got a nice comic shot of Egghead. This is how I will be displaying him. Even though this is probably worse than this. Like here, he literally just looks like a generic scientist. How could you ever tell who this is? If you have a plethora of evil scientist figures, this one is just going to absolutely blend in. But whatever. And on the back, we see a nice shot of the figure there, the Build-A-Figure piece, and the accessory it is coming with, which is a gun. I'm assuming there's also a set of hands, but there's also a chance that it might not be in the box. So let's check out the tape. So we've got tape on this side, sealed, and sealed. I mean, this isn't the type of figure I, think people would break into to steal whatever piece, maybe the Build-A-Figure piece. Definitely don't think that would happen. But also I'm getting it from my toy guy. So he gets it from his distributor and then straight to me. So it doesn't even go in the hands of a potential customer to get a chance to take out whatever they want. This box is pretty in there. Boom, open. Let's pull this bad boy out. Is that typically... Isn't it usually in the center? This looks super weird. He's like tucked in down there, but I feel like usually they have him like in the center and then, the cardboard kind of eclipses him. But interesting packaging. That's not what I was expecting. Anyways, let's take a look at in the box. We've got the instructions in there. And let me unbox him and take out the accessories, and then we will take a look at the figure. All right, let's get into the accessories. The first accessory, like we saw on the side, is the torso for the Cassie Lang Build-A-Figure piece. And here's a nice torso for her, nice purple and black on the costume. I actually like the purple quite a bit. It looks pretty bluish on the camera, but in person, it's like a nice dark purple. I actually like it quite a bit. And here we'll just get a nice look at what her suit looks like. There she is. And not much to say about this. Got articulation in the abdomen. You've got the waist joint that's not in the waist. You've got it in the abdomen. It also has the crunch though, still. And that's about it. You can move the legs, but it's super hard because it's on the nubs. Obviously, it would be easier with the legs to get a good grip and pull it forward or to the side, whatever you wanted to do. But yeah, that's just the torso. Not much to say there. And next accessory, and to be honest, last accessory, because they did not actually pack hands with Egghead here. He only comes with the Build-A-Figure piece and this little pistol. Here it is. Decent looking pistol. It's a nice kind of futuristic looking one. It's not your generic like Colt 45 type pistol. Doohickeys here and here and here and here. This is like a gun 007 would have, it's a pen that turns into a gun or something. But yeah, it's not painted or anything. It's just like it's just a gunmetal gray type gray, and just a gun. Just a gun. So not too much to say there, but now we can take a look at the figure. And here we have Egghead, Dr. Egghead, Dr. Robotnik, whatever you want to call him. Obviously, he's not Dr. Robotnik, but, kind of the comparison. Evil scientist. One wants to destroy a Ant-Man, and the other one wants to destroy a blue hedgehog. Here is a nice full body shot. Actually, not as bad as what the cover of the box made it seem to be. I honestly was like, damn, that looks so super generic. But actually having it in hand, it's not too bad. I actually like the face scan quite a bit. It has some personality to it. You can see that he's kind of an older gentleman. I do like the glasses are kind of like monocles, where he doesn't have the bands on the side. It's just right on his face. Pretty sure they're molded on. I don't think you can take it off. I'm not going to try, but they don't seem to be coming off easily, so I'm assuming they're stuck to his face, which I am completely fine with. But yeah, I think the head sculpt looks pretty good. Definitely want to give a shout out to that. And then as far as the rest of the figure, there's really not too much to say. Not really any cool deco or anything, just a very ordinary type body. So I guess we'll get into the articulation right now. So there's the head swivel. Can't really bring it back too much. That's about as far back as he can look. But he does have some head motion there. Not bad. Arm articulation. Ooh, that is pretty limiting right there. We do have this piece that's kind of stopping it from going up fully, but that's as far as his arm is going up. Let's check the other one. Wow, not even a good T-pose. That's quite unfortunate. I mean, I didn't expect him to have the craziest articulation, but, you know, that's kind of limiting. Not a fan of that one there. We got bicep, we got double jointed elbows. We got hand articulation, and that's obviously where you put the gun. I don't know what you could put in this hand. Maybe he's mugging somebody, like, hey, cell phone and purse, or I'm going to blast your face off. Go through the other arm of articulation, just spin this bad boy. We got bicep again, double jointed elbows, hand articulation. In terms of the body, we have the tie here. Very soft plastic, kind of flimsy-ish. Obviously, it's not going to hinder the ab articulation. If anything, it'd be the coat that will limit that, but that's as far forward as he can go. And back, almost not at all. That's literally about it. We've got some waist swivel here. Nice little jeans. Definitely looks like an old man. Just looks like some old man jeans. This definitely looks like an old man belt. Me personally, I'm not a fan of brown belts. I like my black belts when I wear jeans or anything like that. I never took a liking to brown belts. They always just seemed weird to me. His leg can come up quite a bit, more than what I was expecting. Let's check the splits. The right leg is good. Left leg was a little limited by the lab coat, but way better than what I was expecting. And sit test. There we go. I like the feel for these legs. I don't know why. They just kind of feel nice in my hands. I know that sounds quite weird, but it feels nice in my hands. We've got double jointed knees. That top one was a little bit of a problem to bend, but I did get it. We saw the thigh, yep, and we've got foot articulation. And then we've got this leg here. Twisting the thigh, double jointed knees. That top one being a problem again, but got it to bend. Nice, and his brown shoes. And we will display him with the gun. Let's pop it in his hand. And it fits quite well, obviously. Yeah, just kind of a plain guy. I feel like you could have given him a beaker, like another accessory of some sort. Whether it be like a briefcase with a bomb in it, or, you know, a beaker. Something along those lines I think would have added a little bit more to the figure. Even an extra set of hands. Those never hurt, you know? It's always nice to get some extra sets of hands, but, yeah, here is Egghead, and, not too much to say about him. Next figure, we already saw who it was, and it is Crossfire, who I'm assuming is a Ant-Man villain along with Egghead. Not sure if they've ever done some team-ups. Maybe I'll look into that after. Actually, I'll definitely be doing some research because I want to know about Egghead and Crossfire. I do like Crossfire's look. He kind of reminds me of Deadshot a little bit from the DC world, where he seems to be, you know, an extremely accurate marksman. Obviously, you see the eye with the reticle looking pretty cool. As far as his design, pretty plain. Red with a bunch of white lines. Maybe he's Swiss. Who knows? But let's just take a look at the figure. There he is. Nice shot of him there. On top, we got Marvel. Here we see the Wave. We already saw this earlier. On this side, we see a nice comic shot of him there. And he actually doesn't look too bad here. On the bottom, we've got nothing. And on the back, we've got all his accessories. And he definitely looks like he makes up for what Egghead is lacking in, because not only do you get the Build-A-Figure piece, but we get a gun, very big gun, a nice sniper rifle. I don't think I've ever gotten this with any other Marvel Legends figure, so this might be a first for me. Definitely in hand. I've never had one of these in hand, but maybe, you know, one of those other thug-type characters I have has a sniper, but none that I can remember off the top of my head. We've got a set of hands, two-fisted hands. I don't know what this white piece is. Maybe it's a stand to kind of set up the sniper so he has a more accurate shot. Maybe kind of like a Daredevil's baton type thing, potentially. And then we've got some blast effect pieces for his sniper rifle, an active shot, and here is him after firing a shot. So actually quite nice. I'm actually looking forward to opening this, and we are going to check the tape real quick. This side is sealed, and this side sealed. Okay, this is what I was expecting Egghead to look like. Jesus Christ, there are all the accessories. This is how figures are usually packed. I don't know what the hell they did with Egghead, if they were trying something new or whatever the case may be. Maybe because the Build-A-Figure piece was quite large, the torso, they decided to package it differently. That's probably why, but this is kind of what I'm used to. So there's Crossfire there. We've got a bunch of baggies for accessories, so check the box real quick, and it is empty. So give me a second and let me unbox everything. All right, everything's been unpacked. The first accessory we're going to take a look at is the Build-A-Figure piece, and it is the left leg of Cassie Lang. We saw the torso, and this is where it attaches to. Nice little leg piece. I was thinking about attaching it to the torso, but I was like, if I put it in, I see myself struggling, if I could even do it, to get the Build-A-Figure piece to be taken apart. So I'm not even going to try it, but here is a nice shot of the leg. Got some nice little, I don't know if these are Skechers or skating shoes or something like that. Just some nice purple shoes. Not much to say about that. First, we've got the fisted hands, as promised on the back. And these bad boys are just red fisted gloves. Not too much to say about them. They're not gloved or anything. There's no textures to them. They're just red fisted hands. Next, we've got the piece that I didn't know what it was, but now that I have it in hand, I know exactly what it is. And it is this white thing here, which is what I didn't know what it was. But it looks like, and feels like, because it is quite bendable, it looks like a strap to hold on to the gun. So you probably put this over him, and then you strap it in. And I don't know if this is correct or whatnot, but I'm assuming this would go over him. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's try it out. So put it over his body. And that was a good guess, but it is too small. I could do it through the waist, but it's too big. Actually, I don't think any of that got caught on camera. Actually, hold on. I think I'm able to get it. Boom. Here it is strapped around him. I don't know if that's correct, because I think that's supposed to hold the gun. Give me a second. Let me take a look at the box. Oh, wow. I would have never figured that out. So, actually, it's displayed right here on the center of the box. It is supposed to hold it. I had the somewhat right idea, but it has the sniper on the other side. Let's do a demonstration of that real quick. So we've got the sniper here, which we'll be taking a look at in a second. Just want to do this thing. So the hoop went through there. Then we take Buddy, and we can hook in, I'm assuming right here. So I believe I'm doing it correctly, but it doesn't reach far enough to hold the sniper. Like if we look here, you've got this holding the barrel of the gun, and this is supposed to hook in here, but there's not enough wiggle room. It just kind of keeps snapping off. I'm looking at the box. This is how it was exactly displayed on the box, but there's just not enough room. It's just not long enough to hook onto the sniper. I could do it without him here. So here's how it's supposed to go. It's supposed to like hook around, but maybe you're supposed to do this first and then kind of loop it around him. That is probably what you have to do. Yeah, that is holding on to it. It is bending quite a bit, so that doesn't seem right, but yeah, trying to do it with him like around his chest, not the way to go. But yeah, look how much pressure that's putting on the sniper. That's going to warp it if I were to leave it like that. So I don't know if that's correct, because it seems kind of dumb in my opinion. But you know what? Let's take a look at these accessories. So we saw this little white strap. Not too much to say. It seems kind of short. Now let's take a look at the sniper rifle, the bent sniper rifle. It's a little bent. Not too much though. But here is a nice sniper rifle. And like I said, I haven't gotten specifically too many characters with a sniper rifle. And this is just a very nice addition. Ooh, you even got some red on the scope there. Nice. Oh, it would have been cool if there was some red there. Other than that, there's not too much detail paint-wise, but I do like the sculpt for this sniper. It looks quite nice. Actually, we'll do it from the reverse. Like we are Crossfire and we're going to snipe somebody. Look through the scope. Hold your breath. And then, you just snipe a guy who's like 2 miles away. And then as far as the other accessories, they also have to do with the gun, but we have the blast effect pieces. Here is the shot that has been fired, and we've got the smoke that will signal that a shot has just been fired. So let's pop this bad boy in. We see the little hole in the barrel and the little peg for the blast effect piece. So there it is being fired. And here's what it looks like after firing a shot. Nice smoke out of the barrel. And now let's take a look at Crossfire. And he is a pretty plain looking guy, but I don't mind it, to be honest. I feel like it works, like it fits for him. Nothing flashy. He's this kind of hired hitman, I would assume. And he is going to take out his targets, whoever it may be. Maybe it's Ant-Man, maybe it's Hawkeye. Ooh, what if it's Hawkeye and they have like a battle of who's more accurate? That could be the case, but let's take a look at the figure. And here we see Crossfire with his reticle on his eye, looking quite cool. Nice little head sculpt for him. These white pieces are molded on. Let's rotate the head. Quite nice. Looks up a good bit. Looks down a good bit. That's what I want to see from my figures when it comes to head articulation. Let's check out the arms. Arms are nice and smooth. At least the shoulder. Bicep, not too bad. Double jointed elbows, nice and smooth. Hand and wrist articulation. Let's check out the other arm. Biceps good. Double jointed elbows. And they are pinned. I forgot to mention that. Actually, let me check Egghead. Egghead is pinned as well. We can see in the arms. Legs are pinless, but the arms have pins. And I've said it before, don't care about pins or pinless. I just always make mention of it in case anybody's wondering. I try and be as thorough as I can with these figure reviews. Hand articulation, wrists. Next we got abdomen. Goes back a little bit. Goes forward quite a bit. We've got the waist, but it's not the best because you've got this belt, but I guess you could probably push it up a little bit. And it still kind of moves, as you can see here, the little cross. Actually, he can be a medic. He can come off as a medic with all the crosses on him. Just be like, medic! And then he's like, actually, I'm an assassin. So there is the waist. Next, we got legs. Let's check out the... Oh, that's disappointing as hell, bro. Look at those splits. That's pathetic. You're going to tell me Egghead has better split articulation than Crossfire? That's insane. Sits fine, but man, that is crazy disappointing in my opinion. But let's check out the legs. Forward quite a bit. Hell of a high kick. Side, can't really do anything to the side. Thigh, a little tough, but we're breaking it in. Double jointed knees, both bent quite easily. Boot cuts and foot articulation. And let's check this. Leg up, thigh articulation. We got double jointed knees. Oh, this boot cut does not want to move. Oh, there it is. Holy shit. I was about to stop twisting, but it came through. Okay, that one was quite stuck and scary. We got foot articulation. And again, here is Crossfire. Let's pose him with the sniper rifle in a nice little perch, waiting for his victim. Coming to their car, or whatever the case may be. Just imagine this is him on a roof, and then him looking at the sniper. Okay, no wind. We're good. Hold your breath. Got him. So now we'll do some comparisons. So we'll start out with Egghead. And I just thought this would be a fun one to bring out. It is Dr. Robotnik. Now I've got 2 evil egg-themed scientists in my collection. I don't think there's any relation between the two, but I don't want to rule it out. This might be the crossover I didn't know I needed. Just have an army of egg people. You've got Dr. Eggman, you've got Dr. Egghead, or just Egghead, whatever he's called. And then we can get Egghead from Batman. Batman has a villain. I remember I used to watch the Adam West Batman show, and there was I forgot his name. I'm assuming it would just be Egghead or something like that. We can get him, and I don't know if there's any more egg-themed villains, but if there is, this might be like the start of a small collection. And here's Crossfire and Egghead together, looking not bad. I don't really have any expectations for the two, so I'm neither disappointed nor excited. And I brought in a couple figures that I don't know if they actually fit with these characters. I'm assuming just based on the wave, because it would make sense if they're included in an Ant-Man themed wave. You would think that these are Ant-Man themed villains. So I'm just going by that. I brought in my own Ant-Man. Ant-Man I have in my collection. And here is Stinger. This is Casey Lang. This is who the Build-A-Figure piece is for, but that's the comic version. So here is Ant-Man and Stinger up against 2 of Ant-Man's most mightiest foes. We might even need to call in the whole Avengers team to handle this situation, but I think Ant-Man and Stinger might have it handled. And the wave is Ant-Man and the Wasp, so here is the Wasp coming in separately. I was going to try and do a group shot with everybody, but it would just be like too many figures and awkward boxes, because the Ant-Man's in a 2-pack, you've got Wasp in a single pack, and then you got 2 loose figures. Actually, hold on, let me try it out. Actually, I guess it kind of works. Never mind. I just have to have more faith in myself, I guess. But yeah, here is Egghead, Crossfire, along with Wasp, Ant-Man, and Stinger. And to be honest, not too much to say about these figures. I wasn't very excited to pick them up. I wanted to get them eventually. I was in no rush for them, but hey, I got them now. And to be honest, Egghead is better than what I expected. To me, the big selling point is definitely the head sculpt. I think it just looks really solid. I don't know why. It just really kind of speaks to me. The rest of the body and whatever is just, it's nothing. You know, it's so plain. And then speaking of plain, you got Crossfire here, who kind of does have a plain design, but I kind of like it, to be honest. It has a simplicity to it. Usually I would crap all over a figure like this. Just, you know, with the basic design, very old school design, as you can tell. But honestly, I like it way more than I thought I would. So 2 interesting additions to my Marvel Legends collection. I don't know how to end this segment, because it just kind of, it is what it is. So we're going to kindly move on to the next portion of whatever I collect. All right, next we are jumping into my Power Rangers Lightning collection. We've got 2 editions this month. Actually, before we even get into the figures, I got a little bit of a story that happened to me in August, and it was a horror story. It wasn't a good one. So I finished feeding my dog and my uncle's dog, who was staying with us at the time, gave them dinner. I was in the kitchen. My mom walked in, and we were kind of discussing what we were going to have for dinner, right? And then as we're talking, all we hear beneath us, because we're in the kitchen and the bottom floor, this is where it happens, all we hear is boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, oh, I think some of your dishes and stuff fell, because she's got a bunch of baking supplies, like pots and pans. They're on this shelf, and they're all like awkward shapes, so they kind of fall from time to time. And I'm like, oh, I think, you had some stuff that fell. And she's like, that wasn't my stuff. That was definitely your figure collection. And I was like, what? I couldn't process it. I didn't even think of my figures. I'm like, no. So quickly, it went through my head. I'm like, what figure collection could it be? And it was two. It was either my Batman collection or it's my video game figure collection. Both of those collections are like stacked on top of each other. With the Batman one, there's just so many boxes that are kind of stacked on top of each other. So it's kind of a dangerous one. I've had a couple of close calls, but the one that kind of always worries me is my video game collection, because with the video game collection I get figures from all these different kind of companies: Jakks Pacific, Hasbro, NECA, Jada Toys, Good Smile Company. All of them have different boxes, right? There's no uniformity. There's just a bunch of different big and awkward sized boxes. So the way I kind of tower them, it just a one gust of wind will just take it out. So I'm like, okay, I think it's probably my video game figure collection. That absolutely sucks, but I kind of expected it, right? So I go downstairs, and oh my god, the mess that is all over my computer desk. My computer monitor is knocked to the floor. A good amount of my Power Ranger Lightning collection is just all over each other on the floor. All my PS4 games, all my Switch games. It was such a mess. And I'll be putting up a picture that I took because I could just not believe what I was looking at. I was like, how? How the fuck did that happen? But the way I have my Power Rangers Lightning collection is, so I have my computer desk, and then in front of that is the shelves. So I've got 4 separate shelves, 2 on the bottom and 2 on top. But the ones on the bottom, I have it to where they kind of line up. So it's kind of one big shelf, but technically it's 2 separate shelves. And then I have the exact same thing repeating above it. And what happened was the bracket for the left side of the shelves got ripped out of the wall. So all the shelves and stuff fell on it as well. So you have my monitor, which got knocked down by the shelf and the figures. You got the figures getting knocked down from the bottom shelf, and then you got the top shelf and the actual shelf itself and all the figures on top of that falling down. It was such a fucking mess to clean up. But it's not even the mess that was the biggest issue. It was my fucking figures all in a pile, and I'm freaking out like, dude, what the fuck? Some of them have got to be damaged as hell. I did get lucky in that most of them just have a couple nicks on them. I brought an example. This is my Zordon Alpha 2-pack, and as you can see, beat up here. It is, there's a beat up in this corner. Here, some damage. So a bunch of the boxes have that type of stuff, which really sucks. None of them really sustain too much damage, except for one. This is probably the worst damage out of all the boxes, thankfully, is the Ninjetti Yellow. And if you look closely, there is a cut of a sort. And luckily, it did not break the plastic. But it is very close to, this whole plastic box was very close to just being cracked. So you can kind of see it dented in there. So that really sucked. I think even the box took a bit of a beating. If I saw correctly, I saw somewhere that it had, this corner here, as you can see. Huge indentation, something obviously fell on it. And this was on the bottom shelf, so this definitely took the most punishment. And yeah, when I saw my pile of figures and my monitor on the floor, and I'm like, oh my god, is my computer busted? Is my monitor broken? What damage has been done to the figures? Oh yeah, I forgot my PS4 and Switch games are there. Have any of the CDs cracked? So I'm just like, head in my hands, I'm just like, what the fuck? So it took me like 20 minutes to pick everything off the floor and then kind of organize it and double check. Well, no, 20 minutes just kind of pick everything up off the floor, and then about an hour and a half to kind of go through every box, make sure everything was good. There was also another figure where I had an accessory, a Power Ranger figure, I can't remember which one of the hands and I think one of the weapons got knocked out of its holding piece. Like, for example, here, just kind of fell out and it's loose in the box somewhere. And that was very, very devastating because I've talked about it so many times. I love my Lightning collection. It is my pride and joy. And to walk in on it all over the floor, just figures on top of figures on top of figures, it was just like, holy shit. And then I had my uncle, who's a handyman. He came in and he basically told me, yeah, it was ready to fall off because when I put the left side of the bracket in for the shelves, I didn't get it all the way in the wood. It was kind of sticking out of the wood. So he was like, yeah, it was just a matter of time. That was just going to fall and be a huge ordeal. And thankfully he came and secured the brackets, and he said that it'll never fall. I don't believe him, but I've got to take his word because he knows more about this stuff than I do. But that was definitely a close call, and now I want to reinforce all my shelves by getting like a third bracket. So there'd be bracket, you have shelf, and then I want to get a third bracket in the middle to help support all the weight, because one of the shelves I got, the 2 Megazord, the Zord Ascension projects. I've got a ton of figures. I've got my PS4 games, Switch games. All that stuff is very heavy, so that board and shelf there's a lot of tension going on there. It's definitely being put to its limits, so definitely want to alleviate that and get another supporting bracket. But yeah, I just thought that was a fun story. Now we can get into the figure showing off. This first one, I'm excited for a couple of reasons, and I'm not as excited, and I'll talk about it in a second. But the figure that I am talking about is the final edition that I needed to complete the crossover of the Street Fighter Power Ranger figure crossover line. It is Ken Masters, the Soaring Falcon Ranger. I'm going to lean it up against here because it doesn't sit well. For some reason, the bottom just really bowed, so it doesn't want to stand still, so we're just going to back it up there. And yeah, like I mentioned, we've gotten all the other Street Fighter crossover characters, the Ryu, the Cammy, the Chun-Li. I've done them in past videos, and it was finally time to grab Ken. I will say, out of the 4 figures, this is definitely the one I was looking forward to the least. I do like Ken as a character, but just the design of his Ranger outfit just doesn't really excite me, and the reason being is the helmet. If you take a look at the helmet here, you can clearly see what was the inspiration for this design, and it is the Mighty Morphin Red Ranger. They used the Mighty Morphin Red Ranger as a base, and they changed the molding, as you can see here, and we'll take a look at it when we look at the figure, but the molding, they changed the molding for the top of the helmet to accommodate the bird theme, and even changing the inner visor, where regularly this would be teeth, but they changed it to, I guess that would kind of symbolize the wings of the bird, potentially. But the biggest issue for me is just I can't see past the helmet being the Mighty Morphin Red Ranger. That's all I see. Like, I get why they did it, because obviously his color was going to be red, because Ken is highly associated with red. In every game, his gi is red. So it makes sense for him to be the Red Ranger, and I guess it makes sense for them to use the Mighty Morphin Red Ranger helmet. But maybe it would have been cool if they used, like, the Blue Ranger's helmet, but they colored it red. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that would have looked weird, or even use the Black Ranger helmet. Or even go nuts and use the Green Ranger helmet and paint it red. I think that would have looked pretty cool. Plus, the Green Ranger helmet kind of has these ridges already, so that might have been an interesting one to do. But yeah, just my biggest issue with it is just I can't see past it being a Ken figure. It is just like a retooled Mighty Morphin Red Ranger. That's all I see. But maybe when I get it in hand, it will change my perspective. But I still remember my reaction when I first saw it. I was like, ew. I mean, I kind of had that reaction to Cammy as well, but after I had it in hand, I didn't mind it too much, so maybe this might change my opinion. But still, out of all the crossover figures for Street Fighter, this is definitely at the bottom of the list. But let's take a look at the box, because I definitely want to open this bad boy up. Here we see a nice shot of Ken in his morphed form, throwing a punch, and we see a little render of what he looks like in-game. And if we look on the other side, here is another shot of Ken there. On top, we've got nothing. On the bottom, we've got nothing. Boring stuff. On this side, we've got a nice little illustration of the costume in action. And it doesn't look too bad here, to be honest. I can see the Red Ranger helmet, but not as much as I can see it here. Here it kind of looks like it's tucked away and the helmet's kind of different enough to where I can't see the Red Ranger. But like I said, we'll have to get it in hand first before I kind of make that distinction. And on the back here, we have all the accessories. We've got the Ken Ranger with an extra set of hands and 3 different blast effect pieces. Also a stand to pose said blast effect pieces, which each Street Fighter figure has come with already. And here we have another shot of Ken. Let's take a look at the tape. I'm going to be cutting from the bottom. Tape is pretty jacked up, but it doesn't look like it's been opened. And I'm not sure if there's tape anywhere else. There's tape up here. That's sealed. Tape up here. Actually, there's a little rip on my box. Actually, not a little rip. Pretty big rip, to be honest. That sucks. Alright, we've got the tray full of our figures and accessories and the instructions. We will just take a quick look in the box. We got nothing. We'll toss the instructions in there. And give me a second to unpack everything and let's take a look at this figure. Alright, first we are going to start off with the hands. And for the hands, we've got 2 black fisted hands, and they are textured, so you can tell that they're gloves. We got white fingertips, which are kind of weird. I think they're white. They are white, okay, because I know that Ken had some skin tone on the arms. He's got sleeveless. He's a sleeveless ranger. I thought the fingers would be fingerless, but they seem to be white, which kind of a weird touch, but we will we'll talk about that when we get to the figure. So yeah, the fingertips are white, and the glove has a little bit of a bump here to signify that it is a glove. And then we've got the stand for the blast effect pieces. So I'm just going to set this bad boy up right now. Probably leave it there. And let's take a look at said blast effect pieces. So first one we've got is... this looks like a kick. Definitely looks like a foot goes in there. We've got a bottom piece, so we can hook it on. So there it is on the stand. I guess he'd be doing a flying kick or something like that. The foot fits in well, but I don't know how you'd pose it. Maybe put the foot in the peg hole here. I'm not sure. I tried to set it up and everything kind of fell apart and fell together, but as you can see, we see a nice footprint there. And we can slide it on his foot. I think it's universal for the foot. I don't know. I don't think it's specific to a left or right foot. But here we have a nice kick, power kick. I don't remember Ken's moves off the top of my head. I think he had a spinning kick and an uppercut, but I don't recall what those moves, the name of the moves. But yeah, just a little swooshing blast effect piece. Looks nice in the red. Next blast effect piece, you might be saying, hey, you're trying to trick me. This is the same thing you just had in your hand. And you are kind of correct. They do look very similar. It's honestly hard to differentiate, but one is for an uppercut. As you can see here, it's for a fisted hand, and this is the one for the foot. So foot one is going down, and we've got the hand one here. Kind of sucks like they're so similar. I wish they would have done something different, because, yeah, just looking at this, like from here, it's the same thing. Very little difference between the two. I think there are some. I can't really notice any off the top of my head. I think there are some small differences between the two, but for the most part, they are very, very similar. So instead of a kicking one, it is a punching one. Actually, this one does not have any holes to put into the stand, so this is probably just one of the his uppercut move. Actually, you know what? Let me change hands. Pop off this glove. Put on the fisted one, and let's try and do that uppercut move. So there it is in action. Actually looks pretty cool when you set it up like that. And maybe you can have two going on at once. Maybe you do the opposite foot. You got a kick going on and you've got a punch going on. Maybe a little something like this. You know, a little bend it like Beckham. That actually looks pretty cool. Actually, hold on. Let me get the... You know what? Hold on. We're going to introduce the other blast effect, and then I'm going to set up something cool. I'm going to try. But the other blast effect piece is this. It is the Falcon. He's the Falcon Ranger, right? He is the Falcon. I just wanted to make sure, because each person has their own bird theme for the Street Fighter collab, so just wanted to make sure his was the right bird. But yeah, this is a Falcon, and it looks pretty cool. And there's a little hole that we can put in the stand. So let me try something out real quick. Hopefully this will work, because it will actually look pretty awesome. Well, what I wanted to do was get all three blast effect pieces going on, but he's not sitting well in the peg, and this just popped out. I wanted him to kind of be standing on one foot, launching with one hand, the little Falcon blast effect piece, uppercutting the other blast effect piece, and kicking with the third blast effect piece, which would be a cool little visual. Unfortunately, he would not be able to pose with the 1 foot, and he doesn't really want to stay in the peg. So something like this, but I'm having to hold him in place because, like I said, it's not sitting well. But yeah, launching the Falcon blast effect piece, kind of rotate it around, uppercut and kick going on at once. That actually looks awesome. But enough about the blast effect pieces. Let's talk about the figure, and let's see if it is better than what I was expecting. I will say you still see a lot of Mighty Morphin Red's helmets. You can definitely see the T-Rex, but you can see the different molding that they added onto it. You can see like a beak up here and down here. Little design that they did on the visor, painted the eyes. On the regular helmet they're white, or sorry, on the regular helmet they're black, on this one they're white. I actually brought in Mighty Morphin Red to kind of compare, and here we can see. Now, one thing I want to make mention of is the helmet design here on this original release is not correct. I actually didn't know this at first, it was pointed out to me later, but the version of this helmet is actually way skinnier. It should be a lot fatter like this. These are the correct proportions, but they kind of messed up the helmet, so it does look a little skinny. But as you can see, the eyes up here, the teeth, which have been covered by the gold design on the trim, which actually doesn't look too bad. Mouthpiece, very similar, actually might even be the same. So it does look very similar, but honestly when I look at it dead on and I look at the visor, I don't really see Mighty Morphin Red anymore. It just kind of looks completely different to me. It's when I look at the sides or the red portion of the helmet, it really just screams Mighty Morphin to me. But me just looking in this visor here, I actually kind of dig it, to be honest. Let's take a quick look at the figure. So we get a nice headshot here, nice close-up. Just do a little 360. And here's some extra molding. That is definitely part of the bird portion. And this is not part of the original helmet, so this is new too. Not too bad. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I don't really mind it, to be honest. It's growing on me the more I look at it. Let's check out the head articulation. We've got the neck joint there. He can't look up at all. Can look down very little. Actually, I do want to try taking off the head. I don't have a Ken head. None of these Street Fighter figures came with a civilian head to put on, but I just kind of wanted to do my favorite pose. The helmet on the side. Not too bad. And if we take a look at the neck, there's a lot of white going on and kind of like a white diamond underneath, as we can see here, with a little bit of gold trim. Actually, I don't mind that. That actually looks pretty good. Whereas we can see here with the regular Mighty Morphin Red, the neck is white, and then it dips down into some more red, and then into the diamond pattern. I gotta say, I like his dragon shield. I think it looks nice. It might be my favorite of the Street Fighter figures. Actually, I like the Ryu and the Chun-Li one. The Cammy one's okay. We'll do comparisons with those figures after, but I don't know. This just really suits the costume and character. I actually like it quite a bit. We've got some bare arms for Ken, which fits his character. He's a very cocky guy. It stands out, it's different. The only other time we've got bare arms like this is with the Shredder figure, And I actually didn't bring that figure. I didn't even think of it. I forgot that his arms were sleeveless. But there is the bicep articulation, shoulder articulation. There is a butterfly joint in there as well. We've got pinless, which is nice. A little bit of a scuff here. Got some gold paint on the glove. I will say so far the thing I don't really like is the white fingertips. It just is such a weird touch, and even this white piece here. I think maybe I would have preferred if it was just all black, or maybe if they did the skin color for this. Maybe that would have looked cool, or maybe more gold here, gold for the fingertips, so it's kind of like claws, like bird claws. That could have been interesting, but just the white for the fingertips and this white little rectangle here, it just looks so out of place, to be honest. Not really a fan of that. Actually, I'm going to put on the other fisted hands. I'm not crazy about these hands. There we go, much better, and we can, less looking at the white fingertips. But continuing on with the articulation, we'll go through this arm here. We got butterfly inside. We saw the shoulder, bicep, double jointed elbows, hand, wrist articulation. Here we got the abdomen. We can rotate it around. Ab crunch here. Not really bending too much, but it is there. And then we've got the morpher, the Falcon logo, looking nice. I like the little belt with the black and the gold. I think the morpher and the belt looks sick. I like the gold trim here with the red. Little design that goes from the front and loops to the back. And let's check the leg articulation. Let's check splits. Oh, that's an 11 out of 10 for splits. That's incredible. That might be the best splits I've seen in a while. Solid splits. We got drop down hips, as you can see here. Nice addition to the articulation. Let's do a sitting pose. Pretty good. Now let's go through the leg articulation. We got the thighs. This one seems a little looser than this one here. Let's check out the knees. Double jointed knees. Boot cut. I believe these are the same boots from the Green Ranger. I believe he has the gold trim on the boots with the diamonds as well. So actually not bad. Way better than I expected. I had really low expectations, and I think that's what kind of helped me with this. I will say the only other thing, a little bit of a complaint, is the red is very muted. On the video, it looks good. It's kind of bright and vibrant. In person, it is not the case. It's a very kind of dry red, kind of like a very muted cherry red, I would say. Maybe like a dried tomato type red. I just wish the red popped more, especially with the gold. I think it would have looked quite nice. And here is the Street Fighter crossover team complete. We got Ryu, Chun-Li, Ken, and Cammy. And I actually think these figures turned out quite well. I really enjoyed this crossover. Kind of weird that they only went with 4. Would have been cool if they had more of an even number. Well, actually, what an idiot. 4 is an even number. But, with Power Ranger teams, it's either like 5 or 6. The main team's 5, and then you get like a special 6th Ranger, or even you could have done the 6th person is like a villain, so you got a full team of 5, and then the 6th character is like Bison or something as an evil Psycho Ranger. That would have been cool. But I do like that they even did the Ken and the Cammy, because with the Ryu and the Chun-Li, those were already designs that were kind of in place, especially the Ryu, where we saw it in the live-action short on YouTube. Don't remember what it was called, but it was pretty cool. And with the Ken and Cammy designs, I thought they were fun. They created them from scratch. Obviously, there's a lot of inspiration. With Cammy, you've got the base model is basically Mighty Morphin Pink. And with Ken, obviously Mighty Morphin Red, like we showed earlier. But I think this is an awesome crossover. I really like this one. I like all the designs. I like that everyone has a dragon shield. And if I had to pick one that is my favorite, I think I gotta go Chun-Li. Chun-Li's is just so cool. She's probably honestly my favorite figure out of this crossover. I just love the blue. I love how they incorporated her dress. It just looks super nice. The boots, everything looks nice. The gauntlets, The helmet, and especially her dragon shield looks super cool. Plus, she also has the armbands where no one else has the armbands. One thing that I am not a fan of is the inconsistencies with the morphers, where with the females, Cammy and Chun-Li, if you look at the morphers, obviously the morphers are based on the Mighty Morphin version. And if you look at the belt buckle, it's gold, right? Gold morpher, similar to Tommy's when he was the Green Ranger. His morpher was gold. But with the guys, I don't know why they did this, but they gave them silver morphers. Really weird choice. I don't know why you wouldn't go with like all the same color. Either have them all be silver or have them all be gold. I think having them all be gold would have been way better. It sticks out more. It's special. But just having the guys have silver and the girls have gold, just really weird choice. Also, the designs on the morphers, where the guys have very clear printed symbols, but with the girls, they molded on the designs, and it's kind of splotchy. You can't really tell. Even more so on Cammy's, because her morpher is just super tiny. With Chun-Li, it's a nice chunky morpher, but on Cammy, it's super small. So just a couple nitpicks, but obviously there was some reason that they did that. And here are all the boxes for the figures. I really like how the boxes turned out. I think they really stand out amongst all the other Lightning Collection boxes. I love the purple reddish color, and each character has like a specific background, which I believe is based on maps from the Street Fighter game. On one side, we have all the characters' faces, as you can see here, along with their animals, Falcon, Phoenix, Hawk, and Crane, and how I will be displaying them on my shelf will be the other side where we see their Ranger costume. And I think all these look super cool. So yeah, all in all, I'm very happy with this crossover. I think it actually turned out much better than what I was expecting. And when they announced these figures, I was actually excited for them because I like the idea of like Power Rangers doing crossovers with different brands, whether it be, TMNT, Street Fighter, or Cobra Kai, which is like the newest crossover. I think it's really cool, and especially getting unique character costumes like Ken and Cammy. I think that's super cool. It adds to the whole world of Power Rangers. I know the fan base isn't a fan of these crossovers. People would rather them just focus on teams to finish them. But I think these crossovers, they happen every once in a while. It's not like a consistent thing, so I'm fine with them. I think these are fun, and I would love to see what Lightning Collection has in store in the future, in the further future, in regards to crossovers, because I think this one was really cool. And last but not least, for Power Rangers, got one more edition, and this edition is not in the realm of the Lightning Collection. A couple episodes ago, I think it might have been 2 episodes ago. Yeah, because the last one was the Alien Ranger 5-pack. So it's probably the episode before that. It's probably the June episode. I added a figure to my Power Rangers collection that was not Lightning Collection. And in case you missed it, I will introduce it here. It was the SH Figuarts 2 Kaiser character, who is a Gold Ranger. Actually, I'll kind of pose them side by side. And I really like this Gold Ranger. I think he's got a really cool design. If you want to see a more in-depth look at him, definitely check out, I believe it was the June episode. But in that episode, I kind of came to, not the realization, but the kind of more open-mindedness, where before my collection was just all Lightning Collection. That's mainly what I collected. After getting this, I was like, I might kind of open up my Power Rangers collection to now include some SH Figuarts. But there was a catch, or not a catch, but a rule I kind of wanted to abide by. And the rule was, if I'm going to get any figures from the SH Figuarts line, it's got to be of Rangers that have never been turned into Power Rangers. So for example, this is a Power Ranger that was exclusive to one of the Japanese shows. We're probably never going to get it here in America. So it's pretty much an exclusive to Japan. And after getting this figure, I decided to kind of go on the hunt. And then on top of the news of, Lightning Collection potentially taking a break, I definitely kind of wanted to pursue the SH Figuarts some more. So after I did this episode, I did some research in my local area if anybody was selling some. There were a few that were selling SH Figuarts. All the ones that they were selling were of the Mighty Morphin characters. And like I said, not interested in those. I have those in the Lightning Collection. I'm not going to get them in the SH Figuarts. But eventually, I found a guy who was selling a SH Figuart that was part of a Japanese Power Ranger season. And we will introduce him. We will see 2 Kaiser again in a second, in a little bit, but let's introduce the character first. It is the Red Ranger from the Power Rangers or Sentai series, Jetman. Here he is. Pretty cool looking character. Right off the bat, there is something I don't like, and that's definitely the eyes on the helmets. I just think they look super dorky. I guess there's kind of a bit of a bird theme, because, you know, we just had Ken, who was a falcon. And we have this Ranger who is... Does it say what animal he is? What kind of bird? He is a Red Hawk. So here he is. SH Figuarts, as we see here. We have the red logo, which is what they used before they started using the blue logo, as we saw in the SH Figuarts with 2 Kaiser. And this is actually a pretty old figure. As you can see here, it is from 2012. So they've been doing SH Figuarts for quite a while. And I saw that this guy was selling this figure, and I was like, man, you know, I see no one else selling them. They're all selling MMPR. So I messaged the guy. I'm like, hey, are you selling this? He's like, yeah, we made a deal. And it ended up coming to me. Now, there was one thing I did not read clear enough. So I bought this off a site called Kijiji, which is like a Facebook marketplace where people can sell stuff. Some stuff is used, some stuff is new. You just got to read what the listing is. And I want to stress that. You got to read what the listing is. Because when I got this in hand, and I opened up the box, the package it was delivered in. I'm like, oh, what a cool looking box. I was looking at all of it, and I was checking out the tape, and I'm like, oh, tape there? Oh, sealed, nice. And then I looked on this side, and I saw that the tape was cut. And I was like, what the fuck? I swear to God, in the listing it said that this was brand new. So I went back to the listing, I looked at it, and apparently I got so excited that I saw that he was selling this that I didn't fully read the listing. And yeah, this has been opened. I know that's not a huge deal, but you know, for me, if I'm going to buy something, I do want it to be sealed. Unless it's in the plastic-free packaging type package, then I'll open it. But for the most part, I like it to be sealed. It's my fault. I should have read. So it is open. And because it is open, we are going to open the package and check out the figure. I did read the listing after, and it said that this was just on display. It was never played with, which is pretty cool. A lot of people like to do that, where they just display the figure. They keep the box for some reason, and then they eventually like pack it away. To each his own, you know. Collect however you'd like to collect, but we'll quickly go through the box. So here we see the Red Hawk from Jetman. Actually, fun fact about this series, and I could be wrong on this, but I believe this was the series that was the predecessor to MMPR. So in Japan, they got this season, and then MMPR was after, but in Japan, it's called Jew Ranger. That's what the MMPR season is called. And I believe at one point they were going to launch this as the first ever Power Ranger season, but they ended up stopping it. And then they ended up adapting MMPR or Jew Ranger into MMPR. And I think the reason was that Jurassic Park was such a success, so they wanted to go with the dinosaur theme. And I think that is honestly a better theme to go with instead of this season, because actually one thing about this season, I gotta double check this, I'm not too sure. I don't believe they have a 6th Ranger. In terms of the team, actually if you look at the gun here, they've got a Red Ranger, a Blue Ranger, Yellow Ranger, Pink Ranger, and a Black Ranger. I don't believe this season has a 6th Ranger. Could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure. So they definitely made the right choice by adapting Jew Ranger into MMPR, because, you know, then we got Tommy as the Green Ranger, and the Green Ranger is just such an iconic character in the Power Rangers mythos. But yeah, just a fun little story there. But yeah, here is the box. I guess we'll do a little box comparison with 2 Kaiser in terms of size, and then in terms of width. The Red Ranger definitely has a wider box than 2 Kaiser. So on the box, SH Figuarts is a new standard figure series that incorporates the Bandai action art under the theme Pursuing Character Expression Through Humanoid Action. A lot of Japanese lettering here. I don't know what any of it says, but as we can see in the box, lots of accessories, cool Ranger. We'll be going through that when we open the box. On top, we've got a little bit of a window, and we can see Chojin Sentai Jetman Red Hawk. SH Figuarts. On this side, this is the exact same thing that was listed on the front. On the bottom, some boring stuff. On this side, we see a nice shot of the Red Hawk Ranger with his signature gun. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know the weapons or the season. If I were to guess, I would say, yeah, that's his signature gun. And last but not least, on the back, we have a lot of accessories. A lot of different things that you could do with him. You've got these underarm wings that you can clip in, and I guess he kind of flies or glides around. You have him with a gun, all the different weapons, and it says there's a bonus part. That might be their team weapon, actually. All their weapons combined, and maybe it makes that. We will check. But yeah, let's open the box. We know that this side is open, which sucks because I wish you opened this side, because this is definitely the side I would display if I were to put it on my shelf, because this is just a nice shot of him. But unfortunately, he cut here. We are going to open the box. So let's slide this bad boy out. Here's in the box, we have a kind of goldish backing. Just throw that back in there. And here we have the figure and the many accessories. Now, I don't think I'm going to go through all the accessories and hands and stuff. I really just want to focus on the figure. So we will check out the articulation. But we've got 3 layers of plastic. We've got this one. Oh, I guess we can start with this. The main weapon, or whatever this might be. Definitely want to be careful with it. Okay. Yeah, here we can see the colors. Red, black, blue, yellow, pink. You see a nice bird icon there. Oh, it moves a little bit. Moves that much. Moves from there to there. Okay. Interesting. We've got these black pieces. Don't know if they come off or move. They seem like they moved. This just came off. So I'm not sure what this is. Looks like a handle of some sort. I don't know. I'm not going to mess around with it too much. Just kind of want to take a look at it. Here we see maybe a blaster. This is kind of weird. Because would they hold it like this and then it shoots out of here? Because this kind of seems like a jetpack of sorts. Like one of them would wear it on their back. Because we have the 2 prongs here. I'm not sure. And then there's another piece that I guess goes into here. Very weird. Not sure how all this works. But pretty cool looking weapon or whatever. We'll put it to the side and we'll see if we can put it on his back. And now we will open the top plastic tray, and hopefully everything just doesn't fly out, because I can definitely see that happening. Okay, there it is. I heard a lot of hands shuffling around. And yeah, they're just kind of bouncing around. I'm going to just leave them for now and then adjust later. Kind of just want to take a look at some of the accessories. We've got the... Whoa. We've got the wings. Oh, this feels super weird. Oh, wow, that is different. I don't even know how to describe it. It does feel like there's some sort of wax, or it feels like it's slippery. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it feels super weird, but that definitely seems like it clips on the back. Maybe we'll take a look at that too. Got a bunch of cool... Oh, there goes the hands. We got a bunch of cool accessories. This gun looks pretty cool. Look at that, sticking with the bird theme. They applied the bird theme to everything. Look at that gun. Actually, give me the other one. So here's the default gun. You can still see that it's got a bird image to it. Cool looking gun. And then apparently it opens up and just becomes more awesome. That is sick. A lot of cool detail painted into it too. Very cool. This turns into this. I like it. That is a sick gun. We've got a sword, which is actually like pretty long. Way longer than what I was expecting. Nice little like broadsword type sword. This doesn't seem... Well, it has wings. I was going to say it doesn't seem to have any bird theme to it. But the wings are there. Very cool looking sword. There's a couple other random knickknacks in there that we're not going to go through, but I found this one in there. It looks like a super power punch type thing. That looks pretty cool. Maybe we'll try putting that on. And here is the Red Hawk Ranger. I'll say right off the rip, he definitely does feel skinny. I think he's even skinnier than Two Kaiser. Two Kaiser definitely feels like he's got some weight to him. Where, I don't know if it's because it's all the armor and his type of suit. But definitely compared to Red Hawk just feels very, very skinny mini. But they do scale well together, as you can see there. We will be doing scale comparisons after. Just want to take a look at the figure and a nice little mask. Like I said, the eyes look pretty dorky, but other than that, nice pretty clean mask. Got head articulation. Kind of want to try and take the helmet off, but we'll leave that on. Chest piece with a bird. Cool little belt buckle. He's got an asshole. Literally. There's this little hole here in his ass. Was not expecting that. I just went to go check the back to see how we would apply all those pieces. I don't know if this comes out. Oh, it looks like it does. I don't want to break the figure. Oh, man. You know, I don't know if I want to try this. Yeah, I don't know if that's supposed to come out. But you would think that this kind of goes on the back here. I'm not sure. This definitely clips in because we saw what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to be on the back somewhere, and then he kind of just flies with it. But I'm not sure where you would put it or what you would take out to change that out. I don't know. Whatever. I guess we won't be trying that out. And that means we also can't try this out because there's nothing to plug this into in the back. In the bottom, there's not even little pegs. I don't know if he was supposed to ride it or whatnot, but yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm kind of scared to do anything with it, so maybe this does come apart and then you can kind of put it on. I'm not too sure. I don't really want to find out, but we will quickly go through all the articulation. We got a butterfly joint. Quite nice. Shoulder. Don't like how much that moves. Kind of scares me a little bit. Interesting elbow joint. I don't think I've ever seen that. It's definitely different. Hand articulation. Actually, let's try the hands. This is the right hand. Let's try pulling it off. That was quite easy. Let's try putting on this cool power punch glove. Boom. Now he's got a nice little power up where he can punch enemies. Hiya! Hawk punch. That is pretty cool. I like that accessory quite a bit. It kind of looks dorky and outdated, but for that time, it definitely looks cool. Nowadays, it would look kind of stupid for a Power Ranger to have that. But I like that. I like that accessory quite a bit. It's very different. But continuing on with the articulation, we've got some abdomen here. Back and forth. Let's check the split test. Split test isn't bad. That's not too bad. That's kind of what I expected. Oh my god, he's got drop down hips. He's got fucking drop down hips. A figure from fucking 2012 has drop down hips. Wow, I was not expecting that. I thought that was more of like a newer toy thing. I've only experienced it a few times, like some Power Rangers from the Lightning Collection have drop down hips. As far as other figures, I've got one WWE Elite or Ultimate figure actually, the AJ Styles, that has drop down hips. And I thought that was a newer thing, but man, they've had drop down hips for a while. SH Figuarts, they are ahead of the curve when it comes to articulation. That is fucking cool. Leg here, forward to the side. We got double jointed knees, which are nice. Everything is pinless. Looks nice and clean. And there is no boot cut. If you want to do a twist, you got to do it at the thigh up here. Then we got foot articulation, ankle articulation, and toe articulation. Very interested in the asshole. I don't know if this pops out. I don't know what it's for. What's its usage? It's so weird. So there is the Red Hawk Ranger, and we are bringing in Two Kaiser to compare size. We already saw but they line up pretty good. And I brought in a Lightning Collection figure to compare size. We did compare a Lightning Collection figure to 2 Kaiser, and they scaled pretty well, but I want to do it with Red Hawk. And I've got SPD Omega Ranger here, and definitely a size difference, definitely a muscle difference as well. So you can definitely see the size, almost a whole head smaller than the Omega Ranger. Not too bad. I would say they still kind of scale together. I actually kind of like that because each range, if every ranger is the same size, it kind of looks dorky and stupid. But to have, taller one, a smaller guy, it adds to it. It makes it different. So I think they look pretty good together. Obviously, Red Hawk looks very skinny in the legs and the arms. And the Omega Ranger, I would say, just kind of has a normal look to him. Normal size, normal proportions, nothing out of the ordinary. But compared to Red Hawk, he's definitely a bigger figure. And here is Red Hawk with the Street Fighter characters, Street Fighter Rangers. I know this is kind of random, but honestly, they fit together because they all have a bird theme. All the Street Fighter characters are based off a bird. We have a phoenix for Chun-Li. For Ken, it is a falcon. Hawk for Jetman, Red Hawk Ranger, a crane for Cammy, and a Crimson Hawk for Ryu there. So kind of funny how this kind of worked out with the, of course, adding the Ken this episode, and the Jetman, Red Hawk Jetman, had a bit of a bird theme going on. And since we're having a bird theme, might as well include all the Rangers that have bird themes. We now also have the Lost Galaxy Green Ranger, whose bird is a condor. We have Ninjetti Pink, whose bird is a crane, just like Cammy. And then we have Ninjetti White, whose bird is a falcon, just like Ken's here. So a lot of repetition with the birds. Condor, obviously very unique. No repetition there. And then a phoenix, I can't even really compare to the other ones because they're real birds and a phoenix is a mythological animal, but I guess it's still a bird. It has wings. But yeah, just a fun little group shot of our bird brethrens here. So yeah, very cool addition to my Power Rangers collection, the Red Hawk Ranger representing Jetman. There is a little bit of a downside to collecting this character, and that is SH Figuarts never completed the team. They actually only released the Red Ranger and the Black Ranger. The other 3, they created it. They showed it off at like a convention or something. There's pictures. I'll put it up on the screen. But they actually never released them. Don't know why. I don't think we'll ever get them. If we haven't got them by now, we're never going to get them. So that's a bit of a shitty one that I can't even complete this team. But on the bright side, it's an addition to my Power Rangers collection. And maybe one day they will change their mind and release the rest of Jetman. Maybe it'll come up on an anniversary and they're like, hey, wait a second. We created these prototypes. Why don't we just release it? So maybe it might happen, but I'm not going to hold my breath. But now we got to get the Black Ranger to go along with the Red Hawk. Last but not least, we are ending out on wrestling figures, and I've got 4 very, very cool additions to my wrestling collection. And what makes them so cool is because all 4 of those additions are custom figures. These 4 custom figures are coming to us from Ivy's Custom Figgies. I will have his Instagram in the description if you want to go look at some of his work. But he's made a couple customs for me already. We've seen some of his work like the Trevor Murdoch, Rosie, Simon Dean, and Jamie Noble. Honestly, those are some of my favorite customs I have in my collection. And I've been working with him a lot lately, planning out some future customs. There's a lot to come in the upcoming months. The way we're kind of doing it is like by batches. So we're doing like 4 figures a batch. So this is kind of batch 1. And they are some pretty cool customs. We've got one of a guy who I'm not too familiar with. We've got one guy who I've kind of become recently more knowledgeable of. We've got one guy that is very, very controversial. And we've got one who's kind of a holy grailish person. So we're going to start out with the person I know the least about. And you might be saying, hey, why, if you don't know too much about him, why do you want a figure of him? And that makes sense. And it's not like I don't know completely nothing about this person. I know very little. I know he's a former ECW superstar. That's really the main reason that I wanted him. He's a former WWE superstar. He has made appearances in companies like TNA, Ring of Honor, MLW. I would never consider him part of their roster compared to like ECW and WWE, because with those other companies I mentioned, it's more of like an appearance thing. But the majority of his body of work when it comes to wrestling was done in ECW and WWE. So usually I do kind of a big intro and I kind of, list off their accomplishments and stuff. And I talked about all the companies that he's worked for. Unfortunately, he's never won any titles, like any major titles in his career, which is unfortunate, but that's just how it goes sometimes. But without further ado, 1/3 of probably one of the most memorable factions from ECW. It is the blue guy. It is Blue Meanie. So, in terms of Blue Meanie, first off, I think the figure looks awesome. I think Ivy did a killer job, but this figure kind of came together because I was on Ivy's Instagram. I was kind of looking at some of his previous posts, and I saw that he made a Blue Meanie. And I was like, damn, that Blue Meanie is sick. Can you do it for me? And he's like, yeah, I can do it for you. So the pieces that went into making this Blue Meanie comes from 3 different pieces. So the main body itself, everything, like in terms of the body, the arms, the body, the torso, the legs, the boots, all come from the WWE Elite figure Otis. I believe it's Elite Wave 87, around there. That's whose body this belongs to, and I think it fits well for Blue Meanie. We've got the shirt, the BWO shirt. This is a custom piece from, I believe, a company called Threadhead. I know he ordered this shirt and another one that we'll talk about in a second. And I think both of them are from this Threadhead person who makes figure clothing for wrestling figures. And then the other 2 pieces, the head and the shorts, which I really like the shorts, come from a Blue Meanie figure that came out a couple years ago. So there's this indie company called Figure Toy Company, or FTC for short. They've produced some wrestling figures, and actually they are still producing them to this day, where they had a couple lines. They had a line of like Legends people, that's where this figure is from, or this piece and the shorts, the head and the shorts. They had another line where they were doing indie wrestlers and stuff like that, and then they had another line where they were actually going to produce figures for Ring of Honor. They did produce a couple figures for Ring of Honor, but that kind of died pretty quickly. And the style of figure that this company FTC makes figures in is the old Ruthless Aggression style, the Jakks Pacific, the ones before Mattel took over. So they're kind of outdated, I don't think anybody's really collecting that style anymore. I think people have moved on to kind of the elite style, articulation type figures. But that's not to say that the figures aren't good. They are, in terms of, taking them and using those pieces to make other figures. And that's where that comes from. That's where this head comes from. And these jean shorts. These jean shorts are probably my favorite piece of this figure. This is made by the company FTC. As you can see, there's a little belt here. I think you can even unloop it. I'm not going to, because I feel like I will not be able to put this back together. But here is the jeans, cloth jeans, leather, faux leather type strap for the belts. You got pockets on the back. They're not usable, but they're stitched on. Like, it's such a cool piece of cloth clothing. Like, it might be the best cloth clothing I've ever seen on a figure. I just think it's that solid. So what Ivy did was he took the head from the figure, he took the shorts, and he took the shirts. So this shirt is actually what Blue Meanie came with, the FTC figure. But I was like, you know what? I want a Blue World Order shirt. So we custom ordered this one from Threadhead, like I mentioned. I will be putting on this shirt after, just to show what it looks like. But this also came with it, and Ivy did give it to me, which is very nice of him. And Ivy put it together, worked his magic. Didn't really have to do too much. Like I said, the body of Otis was pretty plain. There was no deco that needed to be added. There was no tattoos anywhere. It's a plain looking body. Just put on the shorts, put on the shirt, put on this custom blue wrist tape, which I think looks very nice. Very nice addition to the blue meanie. And a cool addition that he did to not only this figure, but just the customs that he made for me here, as he implemented this new thing. So something that we've seen with customs that I've gotten from like other people is that typically the head is loose because sometimes the 3D mold, the head is just too big, or for example, this, because it's kind of taken from another figure, it's a giant head, so the ball joint might not be compatible with the Mattel figures. It might look big and goofy. And what he has done, and I'll show it off in the other figures as well, is he's found a workaround. I don't know if it was his idea or if he was inspired by somebody else, but what he has done is we can take this head off and put it back on, because he has put in this kind of sticky tack here to hold the neck piece in. You can still rotate the neck in there. He's glued a magnet onto the ball joint. And inside the head here, you can see that it's kind of been hollowed out, and he has put more sticky tack in there and another magnet. So we can just, boom, head will go on quite nice. You do have to use some force to pull it off, but for the most part, it's not going to fall off. It's pretty sturdy in there, and I think that is a very, very cool addition. I would love to see that implemented by other customizers as well, because I just think that's a really cool touch. Instead of, just having the head kind of loose or whatever, putting this magnet, really, really cool touch. So very happy about that, and it can still move around. As you can see here, you can rotate the head. You can, take the head off and put it backwards because it's still going to stick onto the magnet. We will just take a look at the blue meanie head real quick. So here this is, and remember this is from the FTC figure. So he's got his painted on glasses, which are nice, blue hair, blue beard, a little bit of a paint chip. That's just how it came. Might have come like that in the package. But yeah, I think they did a great job nailing his likeness. And we're going to put his head back on his body. Actually, you know what? Before we put that on, let's take off this shirt. So with the shirt that it came with the FTC figure, this does not have a Velcro strap on it. So we're going to have to put this on the hard way, where this other shirt, the BWO shirt, does have a Velcro backing, so we can just kind of peel it off. Boom, here we can see Otis's chest hair, that kind of gingery hair that he has. There was no point in kind of removing that because it was going to be covered up by the shirts, so I do not mind that. But we are going to put on the blue meanie shirt here. And I will be putting back on the BWO shirts because I just think it looks better. But I'm just putting this on to show off what this looks like. So hands through the holes. And luckily, I don't think we would have been able to do this with the head in the way. So that's a nice touch that we can kind of take it off. Bring it down. And we can pop the head back on. And boom, we have the blue meanie with another shirt. So you can display them which way you'd like, but for me personally, I think the BWO shirt is definitely the way to go. I'm going to quickly go through the articulation because this is an elite body and no modifications were kind of done to it. It still has that articulation. It's not limited to it because, it's a bunch of different pieces put together. So I can kind of, play around with it and not have to worry about, oh no, this arm's loose or whatnot. Actually, one thing that's really cool about this body is it's kind of like an ultimate style body, even though it's an elite figure, and it's got more of this wiggling abdomen. I'm sure there's an actual term for it. I just don't know what it is. And I feel like it kind of adds a little bit more to the figure as a whole. And then we'll just go through the rest of the articulation. Splits are kind of limited because of the jeans. A little bit of a split test, sit test, I mean. And we've got, double jointed knees, rotation at the thigh, boot cuts, and all your regular WWE Elite style articulation. So I got a couple people to kind of show him off with that kind of represent his career. Unfortunately, I don't have the other members of the BWO. They are in the process. They're going to be part of Batch 2, the Nova and Stevie. They are coming, so we will see Blue Meanie again once we get the Stevie and the Nova, which I'm very excited for. But unfortunately, right now, I do not have them. But I did bring someone that kind of played a role in Blue Meanie's career, and that is Goldust. This run I'm not too familiar with. I just kind of read stuff about it, but when Blue Meanie left ECW and went to WWE, he was paired with Goldust and they had a team called Blue Dust. I'm not sure how long it lasted. I'm not even sure how long Blue Meanie was in WWE. It's kind of news to me. I wasn't familiar with that. I thought he was always with ECW. But actually, according to the Wikipedia page, he was with WWE for like a year and a half, 2 years. It listed it as 1998 to 2000. I wasn't watching wrestling at that time, so I'm not too familiar with this era and this partnership, but I thought this would be a fun one to bring in, Goldust. And I got one more person that's kind of highly associated with Blue Meanie. Unfortunately, it's not for a good reason, and the person I am talking about is JBL, or Bradshaw here, but in this instance was JBL at the One Night Stand pay-per-view after the main event. All the ECW guys are in the ring. They had like an invasion type thing where the WWE roster, the SmackDown and Raw members were in the crowd kind of heckling the whole event, and at the end there was a gigantic brawl between the between ECW and WWE guys, and in the midst there was a actual fist fight going on, and Blue Meanie was left bleeding, and I think he had to get like 5 or 6 stitches or whatnot. But honestly, it was one of those things that you didn't notice at the time. Like, you noticed after the brawl that Blue Meanie was bleeding, but you just kind of think like, oh, shit happens, they're brawling, fists are flying, everyone's kind of fighting each other, and then come to find out that there's this whole story that they had heat with each other. So I didn't want to bring up anything negative, but honestly, when you think of Blue Meanie, you kind of associate him with Bradshaw, so I thought I'd bring him in here. I think Ivy did a great job, even though he didn't do much, like in terms of deco and paint and stuff, as much as he did with some of the other figures we're going to show off. I'm still very, very happy with how this figure turned out. I think it's awesome, to be honest. This next custom that we're going to show off is of someone I've always heard the name, but I was never familiar with his work until a couple months ago. I'm going to introduce him, and then we'll kind of talk about the circumstances that kind of led me to him. This person is a former ECW superstar, WWE superstar, TNA superstar, WCW superstar. He's competed in all the major companies. He's won gold in 3 out of the 4. He's a former ECW Tag Team Champion, former WWE Tag Team Champion, former WCW Cruiserweight Champion, and at one point was the former NWA World Heavyweight Champion. And it is a guy who has unfortunately passed away and left us. It was due to a very freaky circumstance. We'll talk about that later, but the person I am talking about is Mr. No Gimmicks Needed, Chris Candido. I always heard the name Chris Candido. I've always heard people kind of talk about him, but I didn't become familiar with him until a couple months ago. So back a couple months ago for Gangster Plays, which is a series where I played different games, for one of the episodes, I did an episode on Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I had a blast with that episode. After I did that episode, I really got into the game, and I was playing the absolute hell out of it. Now, with Legend of Zelda, or Breath of the Wild, I'll just refer to as Breath of the Wild, it's a very quiet game. There's not too much noise going on. There's not really like a lot of music or dialogue. And for me, I was doing a lot of traveling by foot because I didn't like traveling by horse. I just didn't enjoy it. So traveling by foot to all these different locations was a bit of a trek, and it could kind of be a boring one. So what I would do is I would play podcasts and stuff in the background to kind of keep me entertained while I played. For one of those sessions that I was playing, I was like, you know what? I want to listen to some wrestling shoot interviews. I just kind of want to hear somebody talk about wrestling, right? And at the time, I was subscribed to the High Spots Network. For those of you who are not familiar with High Spots, they're a wrestling company of sorts. They have their own website where they sell DVDs and stuff like that. They used to produce shoot interviews. They would put on shows. But if you were to subscribe to their monthly service, you get access to a ton of stuff. You get access to like PWG shows, CZW, a bunch of like indie companies, and access to a bunch of shoot interviews. And for me, I was using it for shoot interviews, and I was looking for a shoot interview to kind of listen to while I was playing Breath of the Wild, and I'm like, I want a good, beefy, long shoot interview. And I was kind of scrolling through, looking through a couple of guys, and then Chris Candido came up, and it was, I believe, a 3-hour and 17-minute shoot interview. And I was like, perfect. I've always heard stuff about Chris Candido. Now it's time to kind of learn about the person. And I hit play on the shoot interview, and I hit play on Breath of the Wild, and I found myself really enjoying the shoot interview. I learned a lot about his career, stuff that I did not know about. My rough knowledge about him before is I knew he was a former ECW guy. He was part of the Triple Threat with Shane Douglas and Bam Bam Bigelow. I know that he was in TNA for a little bit. He broke his leg there, and then he passed away shortly after. That was kind of my base knowledge about him. You know, I had never seen a match of his. I've never seen a promo. I knew that he dated Sunny, and I've heard a lot of stories about Sunny and how good of a guy Chris Candido was, but I didn't know too much about Chris Candido. And then after watching or listening to the interview, I really became a fan of him. He seemed like a solid dude. I enjoyed his stories about wrestling from his time in ECW to WWF to WCW, talking about his struggles with drugs and addiction. And at that point, he kind of seemed to be on the upswing. He kind of seemed to get his shit together. Same with Sunny at that point. They seemed to be clean. And the interview was conducted by RF Video, and the interview was done shortly after his first match in TNA, which was against AJ Styles. So near the end of the interview, they're kind of talking about that, you know, his match in TNA, and it's like, oh, do you see yourself working for TNA again in the future? And it was like, yeah, you know, I really enjoyed my time there. I think they got a very talented roster. I would like if they brought me back. And that's kind of where the shoot interview left off at. And, you know, I knew what happened in TNA and sadly what happened after that. But honestly, after listening to the interview, it really made me like a fan of his. And it really made me intrigued to kind of go back and like watch some matches or some promos and stuff. And that's exactly what I did. I went and watched some of his ECW stuff. A lot of stuff that he did with Lance Storm, who he won the ECW Tag Team Championships with. And I actually enjoyed their stuff quite a bit. They were partners that didn't get along. There was one in particular, it might have happened a few times, but this one instance that I remember watching, they come out together. I believe they came out to Lance Storm's music, and, you know, Candido's pissed. And he comes to the ring, they do their entrance, whatever. And he's like, he gets on the mic and he's like, hey, music guy, I'm going to go backstage. And what you're going to do is you're going to play my music, the real champ's music. And he leaves the ring, runs back to the gorilla position. They play his music, which is Back in Black by AC/DC. Great song. Comes out, does his full entrance, and it was just really funny. Just his mannerisms and stuff like that. And I listened to a couple of his promos. Very entertaining guy. Very high energy, quick talking. Like, he's saying like 10 words a second. Like, brrr, like he's kind of a motor mouth. But I was really entertained, and I watched a couple of his matches. I watched him and Lance do some tag team stuff. I watched him do some single stuff against Taz. And I was like, damn, this guy's pretty good. Like, on the mic, in the ring, just his mannerisms, the way he sells, just a very kind of old school style, very kind of over the top bumping, similar to kind of like Ric Flair, or Ric Flair, you know, when he would get thrown into the corner turnbuckle, you know, he would do that flip over, or whenever, you know, do that face bump that he does where, you know, someone might, you know, hook him with a punch. He's kind of walking, then he just falls down face first. A lot of similar mannerisms. And I was just like, damn, this guy was actually really good. I actually really enjoyed the stuff that I watched. And actually, shortly after watching that interview, the matches and promos and stuff, the next week after that, they released the Dark Side of the Ring episode based on Chris Candido's life, and they touched on Sonny a little bit too, but it was mainly a focus of Chris Candido. I still watch it, even though I already knew most of the stories, because, I just listened to him tell a very candid interview about his life and matches and stuff like that. But I wanted to watch it because I wanted to see what other people would say, and they had people like Jim Cornette there, Dr. Tom Pritchard, who was his tag team partner in WWF. They won the titles together. His brother, Johnny Candido, was there, and I can't remember who else they interviewed, but it was a good episode. I really enjoyed it. And after listening to the interview, the shoot interview, and watching the Dark Side of the Ring episode, I was like, God damn, this guy seems like such a cool guy, was dealt such a shitty hand with, his addiction, the stuff with Sonny, and then losing his life at such a young age. It was just like, God damn, this poor guy, all he wanted to do was wrestle, and I just kind of became a fan of the person. And his work too, but I really became invested in Chris Candido, the person. And I was like, you know what? I want to get a custom of him. So I reached out to Ivy, and we were working out a bunch of different people that I wanted to get made. And I was like, you know what? I want a custom of Chris Candido. Can we do that? And he's like, yeah, for sure. Just tell me what you want. And I told him exactly what I wanted. We're going to put Lance away. We're going to leave the ECW tag title here because we're going to pose him with it in a second. But first things first, I had to find a head. Unfortunately, I don't remember who we got this head from. I'm going to try and find out who it was from, and I'll put it on the screen. I did some research because I saw a couple people did some 3D head sculpts, and I thought this looked the closest to him, in my opinion. This is similar to the Blue Meanie that we saw with the magnet, so we can take off the head and just look at it. So there is Chris Candido. I think Ivy did a great job painting it. Oh, a little bit of a black scuff. Don't know what that's from. Just continuing on, just showing off the head. I will say, I do have one issue with Ivy's painting. You'll notice it on this figure, and the next two customs I'm going to show off is, I think the custom's solid. I think he did a great job with it. But his one weakness, and I did talk to him about it, so it's not like I'm disparaging his work, is I think Ivy does a terrible job with the eyes. As you can see here, the eyes just look so lifeless. It's like it's looking right through you. Got a couple guys we'll kind of compare him to, so we'll get a good look. Here's Ivy's paint job on the eyes. We can see there, he does the iris, which is just a blue dot, and then he does the pupil on top of it. And then I've got a couple WWE Elite figures that we can kind of compare eyes to. And as you can see, well, these are printed on. They're not painted, as you can tell, but you can see the iris, the little black dot, and a little bit of white in the eyes. I think that looks good. And then we got Bubba Ray Dudley as well here. So you can see the iris, and they did a black dot instead of a white dot, similar to Ivy. But I think the big issue is that the white dot is just too big on top of the color of the iris. I think maybe if he does a black dot the size of the white dot and then does a small white dot on top of that, so it'd be blue, then it'd be black, and then it'd be white to finish it off. I think that would look better, but yeah, not a fan of the eyes. I think the eyes can use some work. He even mentioned it in the messages. I've been DMing him, and he's like, yeah, I think my paint's pretty good, but when it comes to the eyes, it's my kryptonite. Those are the words that he used. It's his kryptonite. I think the rest of the figure looks good. It is very plain, and this was something that I asked for. I was like, I want Chris Candido in just black trunks. Black trunks, black everything. That's how I kind of envision him to be. Because that was his name. His name was Mr. No Gimmicks Needed. He didn't need to be flashy. He was, going to show you that he was the better wrestler. So I like that a lot, and I wanted to incorporate that in the figure. So like I showed off, black trunks, black knee pads. There is some stuff on the boots. We got CC for Chris Candido. So that's on one foot. And on the other, we got CC again. And then in terms of wrist tape, and we'll talk about this stuff in a second, this is the Ivy specialty, where he puts on the tape on the hands. And I think it looks good here. It's got a little bit of blue. Maybe he was doing the blue meanie at the same time and got onto it. That's not too big of a deal for me. And then we've got some more custom wrist tape here. And one detail that I asked for him to include was, one, his triple threat tattoo. I think that needed to be on there. And I asked if he could do the red on the elbow pad, because almost all the things I saw of Chris Candido was he had a black elbow pad, but he had like a red bandage underneath the elbow pad. I think that was just for like extra padding so he wouldn't hurt himself, and he added that there onto the elbow pad, which I think looks very, very nice. And in terms of articulation, we can move this one around because I believe it was all one figure that was used. We will show the head off again. So there's the magnet and the magnet inside the head. We can pop it on. And remember, we can rotate the head as well with the magnet. We can move everything around. Nothing is kind of limited. There will be some limitations on the next two people that we show off. Actually, I guess the boot is not twisting. I don't know if that was glued on. I'm you know what? I'm going to leave that. This one was twisting a little bit, but I'm like, maybe it's not supposed to. And when I try and twist this one, it's not moving at all. So hopefully I'm not fucking something up by moving this boot. Hopefully that does not happen. But we are going to pose him with one of the many titles that he won during his career. And this is the ECW Tag Team titles. I believe he won it twice with Lance Storm. And I believe he won it with a couple other people who I'm not familiar with. There he is, and it looks quite nice. Usually he would have the title around his neck like this. And that's how he would kind of come to the ring, which is pretty unique. Not a lot of people do that. But yeah, title looks good on him. And we saw him earlier, but we're going to bring him in again. His former tag team partner, Lance Storm. Two solid wrestlers, but unfortunately they could just not get along because their egos were too big. More so Chris than Lance. Next we've got Bam Bam Bigelow, who makes up 2/3 of the triple threat. Unfortunately, I don't have a Shane Douglas. That's kind of in the works, and I am waiting to get. But yeah, here are 2/3 of the triple threat. We got Bam Bam and Chris Candido looking awesome together. Another person that was kind of associated with him, more so in the later part of his career. Some of you might not be familiar with who this is, but this is Chase Stevens from TNA. He was one half of the Naturals, who was a tag team in TNA, and during Chris Candido's time in TNA, he actually managed them. Actually, his final appearance in TNA, which was filmed before he passed away, unfortunately, was him helping them win the NWA World Tag Team Championships. And this Chase Stevens is a TNA figure. Unfortunately, they never made the partner, Andy Douglas. I think he got canceled. I never saw any prototypes or anything like that. But for some reason, we got a Chase Stevens, which is kind of weird, but it's kind of cool at the same time. So yeah, very happy about getting Chris Candido. Went from knowing his name to becoming such a fan of him as a person. The only other person that kind of like fell into that kind of category for me was Steve Corino, where I heard his name quite a bit, and then I ended up watching his shoot interviews, and I became more of a fan of just him, like listening to him talk and tell stories than I was of his wrestling. Now, I've gone back and watched some of his wrestling and promos, and Steve Corino was awesome. Chris Candido is kind of similar to that, where, you know, I listened to the interview first, became a fan of him as a person, and then going back and viewing his work later. So yeah, very cool to have this in my collection. And like I mentioned, unfortunately, he lost his life in an early age. Very freak accident. At the first ever TNA Lockdown pay-per-view, it was a tag team match. I'm not sure who he was wrestling, but he took like a basic bump. He took like, I think it was a hip toss, and I think he just landed awkwardly and ended up breaking his leg in the middle of the match. And it was kind of almost like Sid Vicious-esque. Like his foot was completely sideways. It was really gross to look at. and he was immediately carted out of the ring. And what ended up happening was, I might be getting this wrong, but I believe he had surgery to repair the leg, and then he ended up flying, and when he was flying, he got a blood clot, and the blood clot went to his heart and ended up killing him. It's one of those things where it's like, God damn, like, that's crazy to hear about. Like, he should still be around. I think he's kind of one of those underrated guys where people aren't too familiar with him. I think a lot of people are kind of in my situation before where it's like, you might have heard the name Chris Candido, but you maybe have never seen a match of his or a promo or whatever. I'd actually implore you to go check it out. I see a lot of Chris Candido and MJF, to be honest, whether it be in promos, mannerisms in the ring. I see MJF incorporating a lot of the stuff Chris Candido would do, which is really cool. I would definitely say check his ECW stuff. That's probably like him at his best. Very, very sad story, but now I've got a figure to commemorate him, and I'm very, very happy with it. This next person is a very controversial one. I'm going to introduce him, and we are going to talk about the elephant in the room. Usually I do a big intro for people, but this is kind of one of those situations where I feel like I need to talk about some stuff before we kind of talk about his career. So the person I am talking about is, we're just going to bring him out. We're going to talk about him. It is Chris Benoit. Now, before you get to typing in the comment section, I'm just going to stop you right here, and I want to make something very, very clear. By me getting this custom, I am not supporting Chris Benoit, the person. I think what he did was heinous. It's one of the worst things I've ever heard about. If you're not familiar with the Chris Benoit situation, which, if you're watching this, you're a wrestling fan, you know about the Chris Benoit situation, you know everything that happened. I am in no way condoning his actions. I think that's reprehensible. For me getting this custom, it's more about a celebration of his career. When I was watching wrestling and really getting into wrestling, I would say he played a pretty big part, especially at that time, like around 2002, 2003. SmackDown was my show. I really enjoyed it, and he was a huge part of it. He was someone I enjoyed watching. There was always an intensity about him. I got this custom done as a fan, me being a fan of the wrestler Chris Benoit, not the person. So I want to make that very clear. This is more of a celebration of his career as a wrestler, as a person that was a pioneer for the current style that's really going on in professional wrestling. The kind of hard-hitting, crazy indie style that's going on. Before that was that style, you know, you had guys like Benoit, Malenko, Eddie kind of become a journeyman, you know, going to Mexico, Japan, England, learning all the different styles and incorporating it into one. And that's really what we see nowadays on TV. And I think it's unfortunate, you know, I understand why, but unfortunately the situation that happened at the end of his life has really eclipsed his wrestling career, and he's really been phased out of the wrestling history books. You know, he's almost kind of like Macbeth or Voldemort, where it's like, don't say his name because, you know, you'll be cursed or whatever. But I'm a fan of Chris Benoit, the wrestler, and that's why I got this made. So I want to make that very clear. I'm a fan of his work, not as a person. And now we can begin to talk about Chris Benoit, the wrestler. So, Chris Benoit, for those of you who are not familiar, former ECW superstar, former WCW superstar, former WWE superstar, wrestled all over the world, mainly in Japan, got his name there, started out as the Pegasus Kid during his run as the Pegasus Kid in wrestling in Japan, and I believe this is where they met. He met his longtime friend, lifelong friend, Eddie Guerrero, who they just created a inseparable bond between the two, and their careers really kind of followed each other. And we'll talk more about Eddie later, because he's kind of one of those people where you can't talk about Benoit without mentioning Eddie. But yeah, I believe they met each other in Japan wrestling, and if I remember correctly, I believe Benoit knocked out Eddie in the match, and then after that they became close friends. So that's a fun story, and actually very similar. In Japan, you had Benoit wrestling as the Pegasus Kid, him under a mask, and with Eddie, he was Black Tiger, who also wrestled in Japan under a mask. I'm not sure if this next part is part of the timeline, but I believe this is the case. I believe the matches in Japan that Eddie and Benoit were having caught the attention of Paul Heyman, and he ended up bringing them to ECW. I don't know too much about Benoit's ECW career, to be honest, but I do know something of note that he did in ECW was meet another one of his friends. Actually, I don't know if they met in ECW. They might have been friends before this, but, this is a person that ended up being another lifelong friend of his, and that is Dean Malenko, who he ended up winning the ECW Tag Team Championships with. That's really all I remember from his ECW run. Also, he broke the neck of either Sabu or Taz, one of them, and I believe that's where he got the Crippler nickname, if I remember correctly, but I know for sure these guys did win the ECW Tag Team titles together, and we will quickly model Benoit here with the ECW Tag Team titles. Now, this isn't what they look like when he won it, but it's the thought that counts. So, there it is, looking quite nice, and there it is around his waist, ECW Tag Team Champion. And then after that, he went to WCW. I'm not sure if it was due to money issues with ECW, but I know the next step in his career was WCW, and I have no idea what he did in WCW, to be absolutely honest with you. I know he won a bunch of belts. I know he was the world champion at one point, but that was like way later on. I believe he won the tag titles. I could be wrong on that. I feel like he won the television title and US title. I think that happened for sure, but I'm not sure about anything else. So I can't really speak on that. But near the end of his WCW run, him and a bunch of his friends, a couple who we've seen already, and Perry Saturn, and forgive me, this Perry Saturn is not an Elite figure. I do want to get a custom of a Perry Saturn Elite, but I actually went into my wrestling treasure chest of figures, and I actually pulled out this Perry Saturn super old looking figure. Like, this is the really old WWF style figures before, actually I think Jakks were making them, but this was before the Ruthless Aggression style figures. This is what they look like. Very limited articulation, but it's not about the figure. I brought this in more for the presentation, Perry Saturn. So the four of these guys, and apparently it was supposed to be more. I remember reading a story that along with these four guys, it was also supposed to be like Shane Douglas, Conan, Rey Mysterio, Billy Kidman. I think all of them were disgruntled at the time and were thinking about leaving WCW, but only these four guys did, and they ended up in WWF, and they became known as the Radicals. I don't really remember too much about their run as the Radicals. This was way before my time. Not way before, but like a couple years before I started getting into wrestling. So yeah, I'm not too sure what the Radicals did at that time. During his early WWF run, I know he won the IC title either once or twice. Won the tag team titles with Jericho at one point. I don't think he won any other titles, I believe. I believe those were really the main ones that he held. But in terms of things that he was doing, I know he had a little bit of a feud with Angle, who we'll talk about in a second here. I remember seeing him in a world title match against, I think it was Austin. It was either Austin, RVD, and Benoit, or Austin, Jericho, and Benoit. It was a three-way with like three of those guys. I can't remember if it was Jericho or RVD, but there was some sort of three-way between Austin, Benoit, and one of those two guys. And then he actually ended up breaking his neck, and he was out for quite a bit of time. The first time I actually ever ended up seeing him on my TV is I was just starting to get into wrestling, and from time to time I would kind of watch Raw. I couldn't watch it the whole way through because I was pretty young at that time and it was on a school night, Monday night, so I couldn't watch too much, but I would watch here and there. And I remember him making his return from the broken neck. Now at that time I didn't know he was coming back from a broken neck. I just heard this music, the crowd went crazy, and I was like, oh, who is this guy? I've never seen him. And I believe he had a little bit of a feud with RVD. I think that was like his first feud back. But when I really started watching Chris Benoit was when they did the brand split and he was drafted to SmackDown. And on SmackDown, that is where he started teaming with his tag team partner, Kurt Angle, and they became the first ever WWE Tag Team Champions. I thought they were a very fun team, both great wrestlers. They couldn't get along, a lot of tension between the two. But I really liked that era of the tag teams because you had like Edge and Mysterio, you had Los Guerreros, you had Benoit and Angle. Those guys wrestled a bunch, and it was always very entertaining to watch. And this was kind of like when I was just starting to get into Benoit. So we're going to pose him with the WWE Tag Team titles or SmackDown Tag Team titles. There it is on him, looking nice. This is actually one of my favorite tag team belts. I think the gold and the blue just look super nice. There it is around his waist. And then after the tag team stuff with Angle, he moved into some single stuff. I remember he had some matches with like Lesnar, Albert, or A-Train at that time, and a couple other people. It wasn't really anything long-term from what I remember. But the next run of his that I actually really enjoyed was his next tag team partner, which was the team of Rhino and Chris Benoit. I actually really liked these two guys together. I thought they were an awesome team. Just really two intense dudes teaming up together. I loved Rhino. I loved every time he hit a gore, just fucking killing people. And then you have Benoit headbutting, German suplexing people. They were just kicking ass. And I really think they should have got a run with the tag titles, in my opinion. But eventually they ended up feuding, and they had some decent matches from what I can remember. And I don't really remember how it ended up happening, but he started to get a bit of a push. You know, they were really starting to kind of get behind him. And then when the Royal Rumble happened, I believe it was Royal Rumble 2004 or 5. And I don't even remember if he was a favorite. I can't really recall at this point. But he actually ended up winning the Royal Rumble, coming in at number 1, lasting till number 30, eliminating Big Show at the very end to win the Royal Rumble. Very cool feat. And of course, he won the Rumble, which means he gets a world title match at WrestleMania, and he ended up choosing Triple H for the World Heavyweight Championship. Now, at that time, I believe he was still a SmackDown wrestler, and Triple H was on Raw with the world title. So I believe he got drafted over to Raw after that. He definitely became a member of Raw after he won the title. But I believe when he won the Royal Rumble, I believe he was still a member of SmackDown. Anyways, this ends up leading to a match at WrestleMania where it is Chris Benoit taking on Triple H for the World Heavyweight title. Shawn Michaels ends up getting added into the match because Triple H and Shawn Michaels were feuding at the time. Unfortunately, I don't have a Shawn Michaels figure to add to this, but just pretend one's here or one's here. And yeah, it was at that WrestleMania 20, I'll never forget it, where Chris Benoit defeated Triple H and became the World Heavyweight Champion for the first time in the WWE. Of course, he won this title in WCW. I believe he was a 2-time WCW champion, but in terms of WWE, he never had a world title run, and this was the first run of his. Well, first and only, because he never ended up becoming a world champion after that. But very cool moment. Honestly, one of my favorite photos, and honestly, one of my favorite wrestling moments. You have Benoit in the ring with his world title. He's crying, you know, he's super emotional. Just had this hell of a match, main evented WrestleMania. He's with the world title. And then his best friend, Eddie Guerrero, who also was the WWE champion at that time, defended the title against Kurt Angle at WrestleMania 20. And there's the picture of them hugging, both of them with the titles. Streamers are just falling, or confetti falling down on them. And it was just like, damn, what a cool story. These two guys, everyone kind of disregarded them, saying they're too small, they're never gonna make it. They end up working their way up, going to WWE, and on the biggest stage of them all, on Raw, he's the world champion. On SmackDown, he's the world champion. And they're both at the top of the company. That's just an incredible story. Unfortunately, I don't have that WWE title, so I can't display it with Eddie. But, yeah, just an awesome, awesome moment. So Benoit finally becomes the world champion, has a decent little run from what I remember. I know he had a rematch with Triple H and Shawn Michaels. That was at Backlash. I'm not sure who else he feuded with. I think it was Edge They were like a tag team at that time, but then I believe they started feuding together. I'm not too sure, but eventually his reign came to an end when he faced Randy Orton at SummerSlam 2005, and Randy Orton ended up defeating Chris Benoit to become the youngest world champion. I'm not sure if that record still holds. I don't know why I'm posing Randy with the title, but he ended up defeating Benoit. And whenever they show pictures and video segments of, Randy winning his first world title, you wouldn't know who he beat because they never show Chris Benoit. They never mention him. They just kind of show Randy with the title like he just magically won it from somebody. But I remember that pay-per-view was in Toronto, Canada. Great show. You also had Undertaker and JBL. You had a three-way for the IC title, Edge, Batista, and Jericho. I believe that was also Eddie and Ray, if I remember correctly. And then after he lost the world title, I don't really remember what he did after that point. I know he got moved to SmackDown. I know he had feuds with like Orlando Jordan and MVP. And I'm sure he had some other feuds with people that I can't remember. I know those were two of the big ones. But the big one that I remember from that time is when he feuded with Booker T for the US title. And they had the best of 7 series. And those were some awesome matches. And eventually Booker ended up winning the series, even though it was like Orton who substituted because Booker was injured at that time. But that doesn't matter. They had the best of 7 series, which was a really fun set of matches. And then near the end of his career, he got drafted to ECW. And when he did get drafted to ECW, I was very, very excited because I was like one of the 4 people that enjoyed watching the show. And I was like, damn, he's going to go to ECW. There's tons of people I'd love to see him have matches with. CM Punk, Elijah Burke, Marcus Corvan, who is Monty Brown. I'm not sure if RVD was still there at that point. I'm not sure if Sabu was still there at that point. I'm assuming Tommy Dreamer was still there, but honestly, I can't really think of anybody else that was on the roster at that time. Anyways, that's not important. But Benoit was entered into a tournament because the ECW world title was vacated at that point because it was on Lashley, and Lashley got moved to Raw or something like that, so he couldn't be the ECW champion anymore. So there was a tournament to crown a new champion, a new ECW champion, and the finals was supposed to be Chris Benoit taking on CM Punk at the Night of Champions show in 2007, and I was actually really looking forward to that match. I'm like, damn, they're going to have a barn burner. I really didn't know who was going to win, but apparently Benoit was supposed to win the title at that point, and that's something I would have loved to have seen because, Benoit was an ECW original guy, and, won the tag team titles like I showed earlier with Malenko, and to see him, capture the world title, even though it was an ECW, would have been super cool. I actually would have loved to have seen this image, him with the world title. But unfortunately, that is when the incident happened, and he was not able to make it to the show. So instead of Benoit, we had John Morrison and CM Punk to crown a ECW world champion. And surprisingly, John Morrison was the ECW champion because he had just debuted or was debuting. I remember they were airing vignettes for him, but I don't remember if he debuted up to that point. But they threw him in that position, and he ended up defeating Punk and became the world champion. And I was like, okay, that's pretty interesting. Obviously, they have some big plans for him if they're going to put the world title on him. And, something cool that kind of came out of all this was Morrison actually ended up teaming with Miz around this time and created their little tag team. And then we got the dirt sheet from that. They had a online WWE.com show, which was really entertaining. I'd actually love to go see some of those old videos, but honestly, they probably don't hold up. But anyways, enough about these guys. These are not who we're talking about. But yeah, that would have been 2 of the guys that we actually could have seen them tear it up with in the ring. But, unfortunately, what happens, and we're not really going to get into that. What we are going to get into is the figure, because we've he's just been standing here a lot while I've been talking about his career. But here is Benoit, and I think Ivy did an excellent job on him. There are a couple things I don't like. All of them actually have to do with the head. So as I talked about with Chris Candido, the eyes just being super lifeless, and they look even worse on Benoit, especially like knowing what he did and then having like those killer eyes. It's super disturbing. The other thing I'm not a fan of is the facial hair. Now, Benoit always did have like a stubble type look, which I'm fine with, but I don't like the color that he used for it. I think he should have used like maybe like a darkish blue, blackish blue type color for the hair. He looks very gingery, and I definitely wouldn't say that he was a ginger. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it just kind of doesn't really capture his likeness like that. Also, special shout out for the head. This head comes from a guy on Instagram by the name of Headeration. Has an awesome selection of heads. I'll link his website in the description, and you can go check out all the different people. He's created, people from like TNA, ECW, WWF, older wrestlers, New Japan guys, modern guys. He's got a great catalog, so if you're interested, I'll put a link in the description. You can go take a look at some of his work, but I think he did a great job with this Chris Benoit. Actually, just like Candido, I did some workshopping and definitely wanted to pick out the best Chris Benoit head. And there was a couple good ones out there, but I thought this was the best likeness to him. I really liked the slick back hair look for him. A lot of people had like messy-ish hair, which I really wasn't a fan of. And similar to Blue Meanie and Chris Candido, as we saw earlier, he's got the magnet in the head. So here we do not have the sticky tack inside, but we do have the magnet. There is sticky tack in the head, keeping the magnet in there. And of course, we can just pop it on and the magnet attaches and it does not move unless you physically remove it. Very solid looking torso. Actually, Ivy gave me a couple different options of the torso, and I think this was the best looking one. He gave me 3 options, and Benoit was always, a shorter but very muscular guy, and maybe the arms are too big, but that might be the only thing. But I think in terms of like the abs and pecs and stuff, I think that looks good. I would say the biceps are fine. To be honest, I'm not picky with that. I still think it turned out well. And we've got some custom-made wrist tape here, some black wrist tape on both hands. Now, this figure, we can't really check out the articulation. We can check out the top portion, the arms, elbows, hands, abdomen, and here. But in terms of the legs, that we can't move too much. We can do the waist. As far as the legs, they're pretty much painted in place, so you cannot move them. You can move them forward, but you cannot use the thigh swivel. You can bend the knees. There they are. And just like Candido, the boots are stuck. You can't twist them. They are glued on, I believe. I went through a bunch of Benoit matches to see like which attire would be best. And I really like this style of trunks for him, where he just had like the Wolverine type claw marks. And I was looking at different color schemes, and eventually I found this one, the red, white, and blue. And I actually liked it quite a bit, so I'm like, can you do this attire? And he's like, yeah, I got you. The only thing is maybe I would have liked some decals on the back of the legs, because it does look pretty empty. All of the scratch marks are on the front. I'm not sure if this is following a pattern from the trunks on the match that I sent him, but I would have liked more of it, just a random pattern, because it's all the reverse. Whatever's on this side is on the exact same side on the flip side. So I would have liked if there was, they were spread out a little bit in terms of a random pattern, and maybe some decals on the back of the legs. But other than that, I think it is awesome looking. I don't remember if I mentioned it earlier, but I really wasn't in the market for a Chris Benoit custom. It really didn't cross my mind. But I saw a bunch of Chris Benoit customs on Instagram, and then it kind of made me want one. I'm like, I do want to get a Chris Benoit custom, and I think I got a pretty solid one here. So yeah, all in all, with Chris Benoit, very happy to have his custom. We talked about his career and his life. It's unfortunate how things went. But something this is going to sound bad, but let me just say it and then, kind of explain it. I will say, out of the dark situation that did happen in his life and, the end of his career, I'm glad that some good came out of it in terms of all the head stuff. When this whole incident happened, there was a huge witch hunt on drugs, steroids, mainly steroids. But the, number one cause the autopsy found with Chris Benoit was that his brain was so fucked up from so many injuries, concussions. He would do the headbutts, chair shots to the head, crazy stuff, that when they checked out his brain, he had the brain of an 87-year-old man with dementia. So he was absolutely fried. Now, I'm not trying to make excuses for what happened. I'm just explaining the situation. And I'm glad that now there's more of a concussion protocol in wrestling where things have definitely changed for the better. No more chair shots to the head, no more head targeted attacks. But I would say mainly chair shots to the head are definitely a biggie. There are times where I watch old clips of wrestling now, and whenever I see a chair shot to the head, I can't even fucking watch it. It's so disgusting and disturbing knowing damn, that guy just got hit as hard as he could in the head with a steel chair, probably a concussion, probably took a couple years off his life, scrambling his brain. And it's kind of ridiculous if you look back at it now. It's it took a guy dying to find out all that stuff was bad for your brain. So I'm glad there is a positive in this dark situation. In a way, that's kind of a positive contribution to wrestling and just overall sports, especially in the NFL where concussions are definitely prevalent. But yeah, all in all, to wrap up this segment, I'm happy to have a Chris Benoit custom. He was a great wrestler. I feel like people should be fine talking about him, if you were to talk about wrestling and your favorite wrestlers, and if Chris Benoit was your favorite wrestler, I don't feel like people should hide that. I don't feel like people should be afraid to mention his name. Yes, what he did was horrendous and horrible, but that was in his personal life. Think about the art of professional wrestling, and, he was one of the best there. And this last custom is the Holy Grail one that I was talking about earlier. Now again, does it count as a Holy Grail? Because technically it doesn't exist. It's kind of a one-of-one figure. But it is a custom of a wrestler of a guy I always wanted a figure for and was never able to get one. We'll talk about that in a second. I just want to introduce this person. He is a former ECW superstar, former WWE superstar, former TNA superstar, has won gold in 2 out of the 3 of those companies. He's a former ECW Tag Team Champion, former Hardcore Champion, former WWE Tag Team Champion, former European Champion, former Cruiserweight Champion. He's actually got quite a bit of accolades. Not a lot of people remember that. He's remembered more for a lot crazier stuff. Some of the bumps that he's taken have been some of the worst bumps I have ever seen people take in professional wrestling. He's basically a professional stunt dummy. And the person I'm talking about is my Holy Grail-ish person. It is none other than Spike Dudley. I know this might shock a lot of people, what the fuck, Spike Dudley? That's your Holy Grail person? And yeah, to be honest, he is. For one simple reason. It's because something I mentioned earlier, I was never able to get a figure of his. In terms of Spike Dudley figures, I think there's just a handful of them, but there's only 3 that I can think of. He had 1 or 2 in this style figure, this very old style articulation, but there was a specific look for Spike Dudley that I wanted, and it's this one right here, the pound for pound shirt and this camo, which we're going to talk about, which I think Ivy did a phenomenal job on. But yeah, I was never able to get a Spike Dudley figure. The 2 I had my eye on for a long time was, 1, he came with a title. I believe it was the Hardcore title. It was more of his look when he was on SmackDown as the boss and he was the heel and Cruiserweight champion and stuff like that. And the one I always wanted was a special release or something. I think it was an Australian or exclusive. It was in this attire, but in the style of the Perry Saturn I just showed off, and came in this very exclusive box. It was a small rectangular yellow box. It wasn't even regular packaging, and it was an exclusive to somewhere. I want to say it was Australia, somewhere really, really weird. Sometimes they would do these exclusive characters for countries, Canada got some exclusive figures. But yeah, that was a Spike Dudley figure figure I always wanted, but because it was such an exclusive and hard to get, there wasn't very many of them that were available, and I would constantly look on eBay for Spike Dudley figures, and they were just always so expensive. And I want to bring it back a little bit. He did have a fourth figure that was kind of memorable. It was in the Classic Superstars line, and he came in overalls and a tie-dye shirt, very reminiscent of his ECW look, but that really wasn't what I was going for. I wanted this specific look for Spike Dudley, and I was like, man, I guess I'm just never gonna get a fucking Spike Dudley figure, or one that I wanted. And honestly, I've looked at some customs on Instagram, and no one's created this specific look. Every time they do it, the head's the same. The head is from Headeration, who we talked about earlier with the Chris Benoit head. This is another head we got off him, which I will go into in a second, but just want to give a little close-up there. I think it's a pretty good likeness to Spike Dudley. But yeah, other people's customs of Spike would be, he would have this shirt, or he would have like different camo pants. I don't think I've seen anyone do camo pants like this, like in this style, which is like, dude, this was his specific style. Bubba and Devon always had different camo pants. Here's Bubba Ray, for example. Him and Devon would always have these style camo pants. It would rotate in colors. It would be like blue and black, or red and black and white, as we see here. This Devon is not in a camo suit, but I just thought I'd bring him along because I'm talking about the Dudley boys. But yeah, it always blew my mind that people never did this style camo. We will bring the Dudley boys back because obviously they played huge roles in Spike Dudley's career. But yeah, I really like how this camo turned out. I think this is probably the best part about Spike. I think Ivy did a great job of really like doing a good job with this camo. And you would think camo's kind of easy, and maybe it is, because it's kind of just like splotches all over the place. You know, it's kind of like a Rorschach test. But yeah, this is always the style that I wanted. The brown, the yellow, the orange, the black. And I think he did a great job with it. I believe the legs are Sami Zayn. I believe the whole body is Sami Zayn. Could be wrong on that, but we'll get into that part later. I guess we'll just show off the figure first, and then I'll get into like his career type stuff, like what I did with Benoit and Candido. So we'll take a look at the head first, and of course, very same situation as the others that I've shown off. We've got the sticky tack here, holding in the neck peg, magnet, and inside we've got more sticky tack and the magnet, and boom. Latches on, not coming off, very sturdy, and I think the head looks pretty good, especially in terms of likeness to Spike Dudley. I think Headeration did a great job, and I think Ivy did a great job painting it, except for the eyes. You know, that is a common thing with, you know, Candido and Benoit, and now Spike. Not a fan of the eyes. For some reason, I don't mind it as much on Spike. I feel like it kind of fits, or it's less distracting because the hair. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But like with Chris Candido, it was very noticeable. Like that's immediately what I honed in on when I first saw it. But for Spike, I don't mind it too much, to be honest. We've got a custom printed shirt. I believe this is from Threadhead, who did the BWO shirt as well. And it is Velcro. As you can see on the back, pound for pound, that was his shirt. You can't really mess around in terms of articulation. The arms you can, as you can see here. We got the ab crunch, move at the waist, here, arms, all that stuff. But in terms of the legs, you can't. Oh, it looks like you can, but you can see it's kind of fucking up the paint here. So I'm not going to do that just to avoid disaster. But actually, yeah, I twisted it here and you can see the paint's kind of fudged up a little bit. So that we can't touch. We can do the knees though. He even painted camo in the joints. Crazy, crazy man, but awesome attention to detail. And he did the same here. And the boots we can move because I believe the boots and the legs are all one piece. So we can move the boots articulation here. But yeah, very, very happy with this. Honestly, I thought I was never going to get a Spike Dudley figure. in this style. I'm surprised Mattel has not made a Spike Dudley figure yet. I'm surprised a lot of these like indie toy companies haven't made a Spike Dudley yet. Even in like the kind of old style that they do, there is no Spike Dudley. So I hope there's one in the works with some company, whether it be Mattel or something. Let's get some Spike Dudley merch out there. You can do this look here. You can do the tie-dye ECW look. You can do like his boss look from SmackDown where he was heel. He went with the no shirt, longer goatee, had darker hair. There's definitely a bunch of figures you can base some stuff on out, but yeah, I would love to see him in the Mattel line. But anyways, enough about that. Let's talk about his career and people who have played a big part in his career. And like I said, you can't mention Spike Dudley without Bubba Ray and Devon Dudley. Let me space these out better. Unfortunately, I don't have the WWE Elite style Devon. This is the TNA figure. I don't know how I got a Bubba, but I didn't get a Devon. But yeah, I've never been able to get a Devon in the WWE Elite style, and now they're just so fucking expensive, so it's kind of out of the realm of possibilities. But I do like this TNA Devon. I think it's a really solid figure. But anyways, here is the Dudley clan. Well, 3 out of many other members. They've always had, a love-hate relationship. Usually it's more hate. The Dudley boys have definitely beaten the dog shit out of Spike Dudley on many, many, many occasions, whether it's like WWE or ECW. I know they teamed in TNA, but I don't know if they faced each other. I'm just going to assume at one point Bubba probably powerbombed him in TNA, but yeah, Bubba and Devon, they would beat the absolute dog shit out of poor Spike Dudley here. But yeah, they all kind of got their break in ECW. Speaking of ECW, this guy isn't really tied to Spike career-wise, but more in a moment-wise. And the person I'm talking about is Bam Bam Bigelow. One of the most famous moments from ECW is where Bam Bam Bigelow picked up Spike Dudley like this and just hucked him into the crowd, and the crowd surfed with Spike, I think around the whole arena. And in ECW, as we mentioned earlier, Spike did win some gold. He is a former 2-time ECW Tag Team Champion with a very unlikely partner. It was Balls Mahoney. They beat the Dudley Boys at least once, maybe twice for the tag titles. Actually, I think it's 2. Now I'm kind of second guessing myself. I believe it's 2. But yeah, former ECW Tag Team Champions, like I said, very unlikely duo, but hey, they got the job done. So let's pose Spike with the ECW tag title. Here is Spike with the title. Actually looks pretty good on him. Looks nice. And now let's put it around his waist. Damn, look at that with the camo, the shirt. I know this wasn't the look he won the title in, but, it still looks awesome. But eventually he made his way to the WWF, part of the Invasion angle. Did some stuff there, had a couple feuds. He went through a bunch of tag team partners because, of course, he was feuding with his brothers again. And I remember he teamed up with a bunch of people. He teamed up with Big Show. He teamed up with, I think, Kane. And I think there was one more person, but the person he had the most success with and became tag team champions with was Taz. So here is him and Taz as the WWF Tag Team Champions. We'll actually take out the Dudleys here, and we will pose Spike with the one half of the tag titles. They won these titles on a Raw, which I thought was I thought they won it at the Royal Rumble, but actually they just faced the Dudleys at the Royal Rumble. I had Royal Rumble 2002 on VHS, and I remember watching that quite a bit. And one of the matches, I think it was the opening match, was the Dudley Boys versus Taz and Spike for the tag titles. And I thought that's where they won it, but they actually won it on a Raw. But here is Spike with the tag titles. I also brought in another title that he won at 1 point, and it was the European title. I was looking at my titles that, I was taking out for these segments, and I was like, damn, that European title's super nice. And I'm like, oh, wait, Spike won the European title off William Regal. I remember it was on a Raw. I believe they had a set of matches where Regal just kept cheating to win. And on this one Raw, the referee went to pat down Regal or something like that, and he hit the brass knuckles in the top turnbuckle. Spike saw it, And he comes out, hits Regal with the brass knuckles, and wins the European title in like 5 seconds. Awesome moment. I remember that very vividly, and here he is with the European title. And then for a little bit, he was kind of just the crash test dummy, like I mentioned. You know, he would get beat up by guys like Brock Lesnar, get beat up by 3-Minute Warning, usually guys that were debuting on Raw, like La Resistance. One of the worst bumps. I was talking about how, you know, Spike has taken some of the worst bumps I've ever seen in wrestling. One of the worst bumps I've ever seen in wrestling, period, definitely a top 5, is La Resistance, Rene Dupree and Sylvain Grenier, I believe is how you pronounce the name. They went to kind of double choke slam him, and they lifted him up, and they were supposed to clear the ropes and throw him to the outside onto a table. But what ended up happening is they didn't throw him far enough, and what ended up happening is he came back like this from the top rope and smashed the back of his head on the table. The table didn't even break, and it is one of the worst things I have ever seen. If you've never seen that bump, definitely take a look. It's fucking gross. So yeah, he was just doing random stuff, dating Molly Holly at one point. That was kind of before. That was like 2001, I believe. He was in the hardcore title picture for a little bit, but he wasn't really doing anything, I want to say, important or big. And eventually, he got drafted to SmackDown and aligned himself with his brothers, Bubba and Devon, and actually became the Cruiserweight Champion when he defeated Rey Mysterio with a little help from his brothers. But I thought this was actually a pretty cool idea to throw him in the Cruiserweight division, because he is kind of a smaller guy. Not kind of, he is. But here is him with the Cruiserweight title. This, you know what, let's get more of an accurate look. He did not have the shirt at this point. He was a full-on heel with the shirt off, the darker hair, the longer goatee, and he was known as the Boss, and he was the Cruiserweight Champion. He had a decent little run with it. He ended up losing it to Funaki, of all people, if I remember correctly, which was definitely a shocker, because, you know, Funaki was the SmackDown version of Spike Dudley, where he would just get the shit beat out of him constantly. Here is Spike with the Cruiserweight title. Shortly after losing the Cruiserweight title, I believe he was released quite quickly after that. It might have been a few months, but it seemed like a pretty quick turnaround from him losing the title to him just not being around anymore. I believe he was released in like one of those budget type things where they just released like 20 people. I believe he was just one of those names, if I remember correctly. And then after his run with WWE, then he came to TNA for a cup of coffee. I think he was there for maybe a year, maybe a little bit less, but he came in as Brother Runt, and he aligned himself with his often feuded against brothers, Bubba and Devon. And I believe they did some six-man stuff. Can't remember against who. And then as far as his run in TNA, it was mainly just hardcore stuff. Like, I remember him having a lot of matches with Abyss. I think they had like a 10,000 thumbtack match. I know they had a Monsters Ball match at, this is at least the match that I remember most about his run in TNA. It was Monsters Ball at Bound for Glory. I believe it was 2007, and it was a 4-way. It was Brother Runt, Abyss, Raven, and Samoa Joe. Really weird 4-way. Everyone was kind of not weird except for Joe, just because he didn't do a lot of hardcore stuff at that time. So him getting thrown in there was just kind of weird. But they had a fun little match. You had Jake the Snake as the enforcer for the match. But yeah, as far as the rest of his TNA run, he was kind of just there. I don't really recall too much. I just remember him having hardcore matches with Abyss, and then he just kind of disappeared. I would have liked to see him in the X Division, just because I think he could have done some fun stuff there against, you know, the guys that they had there at the time. Sabin, Shelley, Low-Key, Jay Lethal, Sanjay Dutts. He definitely could have had some pretty good matches there. But it is what it is, and I think after that he might have done some indies, but for the most part he pretty much left the business. If I remember correctly, this might not be right, he either became a teacher or some sort of banker, finance person. The last time I actually heard some stuff about Spike and like updates on him was Chris Van Vliet, who does wrestling interviews on YouTube. If you've never watched one of his interviews, definitely check it out. Very enjoyable interviews. He has good conversations with the wrestlers, and it's more of a conversation than a shoot interview. It's not like, hey, Spike, Did you hate Abyss? Did you have heat with Abyss when he like chokeslammed you off the stage or some shit? It's like, no, like Spike, hey, how are you? How are you holding up? And to see that he's even doing well after some of the punishment that he's taken in wrestling is fucking insane. But he seems to be living a normal life, was in a pretty happy place, and I'm happy for the guy. So here we have a nice group shot of all the customs: Candido, Benoit, Spike, and Blue Meanie. And I just want to give a big shout out to Ivy again. I think he did a killer job on all these customs. Very happy with all of them. I have to say the Spike's probably my favorite just because I never had a Spike figure, and this is kind of what I wanted from a Spike figure. It's nice. It's the attire I wanted, and it's got great articulation, like it's in the Elite style. So very thankful for that. I think he did an awesome job with the camo. I would say my second favorite. No offense to like Candido or Benoit, I think those are cool customs, but this Blue Meanie, I think it's just the cloth goods that just really put it over the top for me. But honestly, I cannot stop looking at it. It's these fucking jeans. They're just so sick. They add so much to the figure. I love them. I absolutely love them. The crop top BWO shirt, solid head scan from the FTC figure. Very, very happy with how it turned out. And like I said, this was batch 1 of the customs that I got planned with Ivy. I'm hoping to get batch 2 in probably October. I know he's got a busy September, and he said as soon as, he gets some stuff in order that he's going to be working on my customs right away. So hopefully for October, most likely November though. I will give a little bit of a Easter egg. Well, it's more of a spoiler than an Easter egg, but batch 2 has the rest of the BWO. So you can expect Stevie and Nova. The other 2 people I will not mention. They will remain a surprise. But some customs you can look forward to in the near future. So if you're interested in placing an order for yourself or even just checking out Ivy's work, I will have his Instagram in the description. And you can reach out to him. Very friendly guy. He'll message you back. Very easy to talk to. Don't be afraid to give him a shout if you're interested. So yeah, once again, Ivy, great job. I love these customs. So that is it for everything that I got this month. And now we are going to jump into the pre-order and news section. So without further ado, let's see what I can expect in the next few months. And let's see if there was any interesting figure news in the month of August. All right, now we are going to get into the pre-order and news section, and very quiet this month. Very quiet for the pre-orders and news section. There are still some things to talk about. Definitely pre-ordered a couple things, and there was some news bits, but definitely not as much as last month's because, with San Diego Comic-Con, everyone came out with the truckload of news and figures to show off, and I kind of expected more pre-orders to be announced for October, but I guess they want to slowly trickle it out for later in the year, which is smart. But let's talk about some things I pre-ordered, and I pre-ordered 4 things this month, and it kind of goes 2 and 2. So the first 2 things I pre-ordered, and they kind of go hand in hand, that's why I'm going to talk about them together, is part of the TMNT Best Action line. They have officially announced Toka and Razor, just regular versions of them. Of course, they announced the video game version first, and I was like, wow, those are cool looking figures, but I'm going to wait for the regular version, and now they have come, and definitely pre-ordered myself these 2, and I'm actually really looking forward to them, just because I really like the second movie, even with the Go Ninja, Go, and, all that kooky stuff. Secret of the Ooze still holds a special place in my heart, and these 2 dorks were definitely a huge part of that. So yeah, Razor, Toka, I think both of them look solid, and definitely can't wait to add that to my collection. And the other 2 figures I pre-ordered are coming in from the DragonBall SH Figuarts line. The first one was kind of a surprise thing that was brought back. They're reissuing this figure. It was announced on Big Bad Toy Store. They put up the pre-order, and I was thinking if I wanted it, and I did, so I ended up pre-ordering it, and the person I am talking about is Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Cool looking figure. Definitely not my favorite Super Saiyan version. I would honestly say Super Saiyan 3's my least favorite Super Saiyan form ever. Even compared to the 4th form, I actually prefer that over the 3rd. We can talk about that when we get the figure, but it's not my favorite look, but I definitely think this is a cool looking figure, and I had to pre-order this, especially with it being a reissue. I don't think there was going to be too many that were going to be coming out, so I said, you know what, I'm just going to reserve my copy, and just go about my day. And the other Dragon Ball SH Figuarts figure that I pre-ordered was Mecha Frieza, who was officially announced at San Diego Comic-Con. We talked about it in the last episode, but now they've officially put him up for pre-order, and I definitely had to snag myself one. I think the figure looks great. I can't wait for it. I already got a couple versions of Frieza. I got Form 1. I've got his 4th form. I need to get his 2nd and 3rd, and Mecha Frieza is definitely a version of him that I want to pick up. So those were the 4 things I pre-ordered. All of them were pre-ordered on Big Bad Toy Store. If you're interested in checking out any of the pre-order stuff, anytime I pre-order figures, I put them in the description. So if you're interested in checking it out for yourself, you can just look in the description and click on the links. And if the figure interests you, feel free to pick it up. If not, hey, maybe you'll find something else you like. And now we are going to jump into the news section, and we're going to piggyback off the Dragon Ball SH Figuarts stuff with the announcement of a new figure that they announced in August. Was another version of Goku. This one is the Goku Ultra Instinct Battle Damaged version. Cool looking figure. That's not really what I want to talk about. This figure is actually going to be packaged with a magazine. So the whole figure is called Goku Ultra Instinct Battle Damaged Toyototaru Edition. What you get in here is the figure that I talked about, the Goku Ultra Instinct Battle Damaged. It's okay. I'm not crazy about battle damage figures, so that doesn't interest me too much. What does interest me is this book that you get. So the book that it comes with is actually a kind of Wikipedia of sorts. I believe that's even what they called the book. If I remember correctly, I think they call it like Figurepedia on the cover of the book. And basically in that book is every released SH Figuarts in the Dragon Ball line ever. You get pictures of those. I think it comes with a checklist. You get artwork, you get photos, interviews, bunch of cool stuff. And I was actually tempted to pre-order this. Like I said, I don't care about the figure at all. It's the book that kind of interests me because I do want a book or checklist or something to have every single figure so I can kind of keep track and kind of plan ahead, where it's like, oh, maybe I want to get this Goku, and then it's like, oh wait, maybe let me check all the different versions of Goku, and it's like, oh, maybe I want to get that one. So just having all those figures in one place and just it being basically your source of information, I think is really cool. I don't think I'm going to pick it up, to be honest, just because it's so expensive and I'd mainly be paying for the figure. It is up for pre-order on Big Bad Toy Store. If you're interested, it's $130. It's got a release date of March 2024. But for me personally, I can't justify that amount on the figure and the book. Even though I've paid that amount for just a figure, and when I think about that, it makes me feel like an idiot. So I'm like, why don't I just pay that money? I can sell the figure, make some of my money back, and then I get the book. When I actually think about it out loud, I'm like, oh, that does make sense. I might do that, but right now I'm staying away from that. Next, we got a little bit of Power Rangers figure news, and sticking on with SH Figuarts, actually, they did a bunch of stuff in the month of August, announced a couple cool things. We'll be talking about them again later on, but we're going to be talking about them here in the Power Rangers section. And they announced a brand new figure of the current Sentai that's going on, King Oger. They revealed King Oger Silver Ranger, or as he's well known, Okutagawa Oger. So for those of you who are not familiar, this is actually the ongoing series of Power Rangers that's going on in Japan right now. It's called King Oger. Very cool. I've talked about it a few times here on the series. Love the suits, love the theme. And they actually have previously announced that they're going to be doing a figure of the Red Ranger, which looks pretty awesome. Can't wait to get that. And now they have officially announced the Silver Ranger, who I believe is a villain. In the few clips that I've seen, I believe he is a bad guy. I don't know if he's eventually going to turn into a good guy and join the King Oger team. But right now, he is a evil Power Ranger. Cool looking character. It's very similar to the Red Ranger in terms of mask and suit design. So it doesn't stand out too much, but I'm glad that we're getting more Sentai Power Ranger figures from SH Figuarts. Fingers crossed that they do the whole team, but at least hopefully they do the White Ranger because he looks sick. And that figure has a release date of February 2024. Unfortunately, you can only get it through Premium Bandai. which sucks for me, so I'm going to have to find another set of means to pick up this figure. Probably going to have to pay a little bit more because someone's definitely going to gouge me, but definitely want to pick up the red one whenever that comes out. I believe it had a release date of October 2023 in about 2 months' time, and the Silver Ranger looks pretty awesome. Can't wait to pick both of these up. Next, we got a little bit of wrestling figure news, and a bit of a bad month for wrestling figure news. It was a pretty quiet month. Nothing was really announced, per se, like anything new. There was a couple of announcements, but they weren't good ones. The first one was that Big Bad Toy Store actually sent me an email regarding my pre-order of the upcoming MLW figures, which are being created by Boss Fight Studios. They've done the Lucha series, and now they're doing MLW figures. And in the email, it says, hey, we regretfully inform you that your figures, which had an original release date of winter 2023, I believe it was supposed to come out end of November, is now being delayed until January 2024. Kind of sucks. I was actually really looking forward to them and having them in hand for November. I think there's still a chance we get them in November, but now it's going to be coming out in January. That sucks, but hey, do what you gotta do. I just want them to be perfect, so it's not too long of a wait. You know, it's not like, oh yeah, you were originally supposed to get them in winter 2023. Well, now you have to wait till summer 2024. If that was the case, I'd freak the fuck out and I'd be like, no. I mean, I would still wait because I have no choice, but I'd be more angry about it. With this, it's like a couple months extra, not too bad. You get to save some money for the Christmas time and then, spend it in January. So actually pretty cool. I like that this has been delayed. I mean, I'm not happy that it's delayed, but I'm definitely expecting a gigantic Christmas this year, and if I can save a penny here and there, I'm definitely open to it. So it sucks, but I'm fine with it. And then the other bad news, and this was actually really bad news, and it's something I kind of saw coming to fruition, which is that Impact Wrestling has announced that they have officially canceled the line of figures that they have previously announced. So in case you're not familiar, Impact Wrestling, formerly TNA, was working with this company called Cella Toys. We'll talk about Cella Toys in a second, but they came to an agreement that they're going to produce some figures. Wave 1 was supposed to be Moose, Eddie Edwards, Deonna Purrazzo, and Jordan Grace. And they looked very interesting. They were just kind of concepts, but they didn't look very promising. They looked very blocky. I kind of hoped that, the final product would look a little bit better. I didn't think it was going to look like that, but we're actually never going to see the final product because, like I said, they have been canceled. So Impact Wrestling actually issued a statement on it. I'm just going to read it real quick. Impact Wrestling regretfully announces that its scheduled action figures made by Asylum did not meet Impact standards nor the outlined time frame for release. Thus, Impact Wrestling is now in discussions with other action figure manufacturers for an upcoming release, and no Impact action figures from Asylum will be produced. All prepayments for the Impact action figures made by Asylum will be refunded in full. Refunds will start being processed at the end of August. Thank you for understanding. So a couple things to kind of break down from that little release of theirs is, first off, they completely shit on the wrong company. So back to what I was saying about Cella Toys, this was an indie company that wanted to make some professional wrestling figures. They announced a ton of stuff, and eventually they kind of just went bankrupt, and a lot of the figures that they've revealed have not come to fruition, with the exception of a few. That company, Cella Toys, ended up being bought by a company called Epic Toys, a wrestling trader, one of those two. I think they go by both. But now that company is kind of left picking up the slack of all the other stuff that was announced and kind of having to cancel some stuff and work on whatever other stuff. Most famously, the figure that Cella announced that never came to fruition is the Sabu, which I'm still waiting for. Epic Toys did announce that it's supposed to be coming out later this year. Still got my fingers crossed for that, but I can definitely see another delay coming though, because that's just what kind of happens with these indie companies. So the company that Impact actually talked about in their press release, Asylum, had nothing to do with this. They weren't the manufacturer. They were going to be the distributor. Asylum is a company that they're actually producing their own figures as well, but it's basically like a wrestling store for you to buy figures, but they are producing their own. They weren't producing these Impact figures, but they were going to sell them. So a little bit of a boo-boo on Impact's part for kind of coming out the gate swinging, and you're swinging at the wrong person. A little unprofessional in my opinion. Should have done a little more research of who you're working with. But yeah, the Impact Wrestling figures have been canceled. I actually pre-ordered these. I think it was in the June episode. I pre-ordered the Moose and the Eddie Edwards, and I'm happy to announce that I did receive my refund. They canceled my order, they sent me an email, and they refunded my money. I did get my money already, which is pretty cool. Super unfortunate that these figures got canceled, but honestly, with the release date, so they got announced in like April or something, and then they had a release date of June, I believe. I think they got announced in April. I pre-ordered in May, and they were supposed to come out in June, something along those lines. And then June came, July came, August came, and no figures, and Impact was just like, yeah, fuck it, we're done. So they did say that they're working with other figure manufacturers, which is pretty interesting. I think the biggest one that people are kind of eyeing is Jazzwares, and it's because the guy who works on the AEW stuff, part of Jazzwares, Jeremy Padower, on one of the Instagram posts that's talking about this cancellation, he put an emoji of some eyes, so kind of saying like, oh, what is this here? You know, that's interesting. So I think some people think that Jazzwares might pick up this brand. Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't think Mattel's going to do it. Not that they have any interest. I think they have like an exclusive deal with WWE, so that's not going to happen. As far as Jazzwares, that's definitely a possibility. I don't really see any other companies jumping in here. Maybe Jakks Pacific. You know, they used to make the TNA figures back in the day, but TNA is not the brand that it once was, so it's like, are they going to invest in these figures that might not even make a return? It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what kind of comes of this, and hopefully they find a stable company to produce these figures, because there might not be the biggest audience that wants these figures, but there's still an audience, and, you know, you got to give the people what they want. Next, we got some McFarlane DC Multiverse news, and they announced quite a bit of stuff this month. Not announced officially, like there's three things on this list that I wasn't familiar with beforehand, but they officially announced a couple things that were announced at San Diego Comic-Con. We now have like official press release photos and pre-orders and stuff like that. Actually, I'm not sure if any pre-orders are available, but whatever, we'll talk about the figures. The first one that was officially announced was the Black Lightning figure, which actually looks pretty cool. I was definitely interested in it before, and now seeing it in person, or not in person, but like seeing a more high-res photo of it, an actual action figure shot, looks solid. Unfortunately, it's going to be a Walmart exclusive, so that's going to be kind of a pain in the ass to get, but I'm going to do my best because the figure does look cool. Also announced at San Diego Comic-Con, but has now been officially announced as a figure that I'm really, really looking forward to. It is the Supergirl figure, and goddamn, the figure looks even better than I could have imagined. Unfortunately, similar to Black Lightning, it is also going to be exclusive, but where Black Lightning is an exclusive to Walmart, Supergirl is going to be an exclusive for Target. And I actually don't mind Target exclusives because they're kind of easier to get in Canada because GameStop gets them and Toys R Us gets them. So I'm actually pretty excited about that. With Walmart, it's very hit and miss, mainly misses. Another thing that was officially announced, of course it was announced at San Diego Comic-Con as well, but now we get nice photos of each figure because there was one in particular I definitely needed to see a figure of it in like actual figure form, or a photo of it in actually like a figure form instead of like a 3D render. But they have officially announced DC Multiverse Collector Edition Wave 2. It is going to be Firestorm, Hawkman, and Sinestro. We talked about it last month when they were announced at Comic-Con. I was like, for sure getting Sinestro 100,000%. Firestorm, very likely. And then Hawkman, I was on the fence about. I was like, I gotta see a picture of the figure first. Because there was a couple things that I needed to see. First off was the pants, because the pants are black in the figure. Or like, I'm talking about like in the 3D render. When they originally announced it, he had black hair and black pants. And I'm like, ew, that's not really what I think of when I think of Hawkman. You know, I think of the green pants and the blonde hair. You know, kind of like his classic look, or his look from the Justice League cartoon. But after seeing photos of it, I think I'm actually going to be picking up this whole wave. I think Hawkman looks awesome. Sinestro was, like I said, was definitely a pickup for me. And Firestorm, high chance I picked it up. But I have officially decided that I am going to pick up this whole wave whenever it goes up for pre-order. It's got a release date of October, so the pre-order should be up soon. Maybe by the time this video is uploaded, the pre-orders will already be out. But at the time I'm recording this, no pre-orders yet. Next DC Multiverse figure that was announced was one that actually surprised me and interests me greatly, is a Brainiac figure. They announced that they're doing the famous, iconic enemy of Superman, Brainiac, but this is going to be his Injustice 2 version. And it was also announced alongside an Injustice 2 Superman, but I'm not going to talk about that because I'm not too interested in that. Brainiac is definitely the one I got my eyes on. Solid looking figure. I think it looks really good. I think I need to see another picture of it before I make a decision of if I'm going to pick it up. The one picture that they showed off does look cool, but I need to see a couple different angles on this before I really get excited about this. Next thing McFarlane announced was a 3-pack, and it's actually a pretty interesting 3-pack. In the 3-pack, you get Batman, you get Clayface, his villain, and you get Batwoman. Seems kind of random to me, but I think it's based on some comic story, so I'm sure it makes sense, but for me it just looks very random. It's just a random assortment of people. Batman looks alright, that wasn't really my concern. Clayface looks like an exact same release from the Mega Fig that was released a while ago. The one that I really had my eyes on was Batwoman. I want to get her, but not as part of this 3-pack. Hopefully there's a solo version of her that's in the works, because the figure actually looks pretty cool. I like her design with the black and the red. I'm not too familiar with the character, but ever since I've seen her, I've always been very intrigued by her look. So I definitely want to pick her up to add to my Bat Family collection. But yeah, not in this 3-pack, unfortunately. Fingers crossed, though. Hopefully a single release is down the line. And also about that 3-pack, I believe it is an Amazon exclusive. It is a gold label figure, but I believe it is exclusive to Amazon. Could be wrong about that one, though. And the last thing McFarlane announced, which honestly don't really collect movie figures, but I just thought this was a really cool thing that they announced, is a Dark Knight Joker interrogation room scene playset. Very cool looking playset. So if you're familiar with the Dark Knight movie with Christian Bale as Batman and Heath Ledger as Joker, there's a very iconic scene in the movie where Joker has been arrested by GCPD and he's got some information that he is not spilling, and the lights go out and poof, Batman appears in there and lays the unholy beatdown on the Joker to try and get that information from him. This playset is of that interrogation room scene, and just a very cool playset, to be honest. And I'm not even into like collecting the movie figures, as you guys know, but I just thought this was a really cool set. One thing that I think it's missing, in my opinion, would have been a laughing head. The head that he comes with, he's kind of just, you know, he's got the smile on him, but he's not laughing. He's just kind of sitting there looking very menacingly. But I think if they gave him a laughing head as well, either an extra head or the laughing head in general, I think it would have been more appropriate, because in that scene when Batman starts beating him up, he starts laughing, smacks his face down on the table, just beating the dog shit out of him. And I just think a laughing head would have really sealed this pack as like a must get for a Dark Knight fan. So me personally, not going to pick it up, but very cool thing that they announced. And then the last bit of figure news that we got is coming in from the video game character section, and there was actually a couple cool things that were announced this month. The first one was that this company called Game Dimensions, who we've actually talked about on a previous episode, they announced that they were doing some Tekken figures. They announced Tekken characters Heihachi, and I forgot the name of the other character, but they actually announced that they're going to be doing a Wave 2 of the Tekken characters. And Wave 2 is going to consist of Jin and King, two fan favorite characters, really cool looking figures. They're actually up for pre-order right now on Big Bad Toy Store if you're interested in checking them out. They have a release date of March 2024, and I believe they're $30. Could be wrong on the price, it's either $25 or $30. These figures look cool. I'm still kind of interested in getting Wave 1. I think that might be something I try and pick up in the next few months. I actually watched some reviews on the Wave 1 figures, and they actually look pretty good. And they're not as tall as what they say they are, which was honestly my main concern, is the height. Because I believe they were supposed to come in the 8-inch line, and that's just fucking ridiculous because most figures are 6 inches. So they're just going to tower over everybody. But yeah, they're pretty cool, so I might pick up Wave 1 and then decide if I want to get Wave 2. Wave 2 looks cool, Jin looks cool, King looks cool. But there is a little bit of a thing that I'm not happy with. If you look at the figure, I don't know if it's just me, but if you look at it, all I can see is that his head is just so tiny compared to his body. Like, ridiculously tiny. Now, maybe the final release, it'll look more proportionate, but the size of his head definitely seems a little concerning to me. So hopefully that gets adjusted, or maybe it's just a bad photo. Not too sure, but definitely have some reservations there. But yeah, cool figures. Glad they're doing some more Tekken figures, especially now that Jada Toys is definitely going to be doing some more Street Fighter figures. It's cool that this company, Game Dimensions, is going to be putting out some more Tekken figures. And hopefully they're successful, and hopefully we can get more fighting game figures and even just other video game figures in the mix. So very, very cool. And last but not least, we are coming back to SH Figuarts. Kind of. They do a couple other lines of figures. The one that I am referring to here is the SH Monster Arts figures. Now, these figures are bigger in scale. Obviously, you would hope so with the name Monster Arts. And yeah, this is just a subline of the SH Figuarts where they do bigger scale figures, mainly monsters. I did a little bit of research here. I just saw a lot of Godzilla stuff, like Godzilla, different versions of Godzilla, his villains, Ghidorah, Mothra. Actually, I don't know if they've done Mothra, but people in that universe, people in the Godzilla realm of things. And something that they announced in the month of August, which I thought looked pretty cool, was coming in from the Monster Hunter world. Not Monster Hunter World, the game, just Monster Hunter World, the universe. It is a character by the name of Tigrex. Very cool looking monster. It's a mixture of it's basically a dragon. It's orange like a tiger. It doesn't have the stripes of a tiger. Well, kind of. It's got blue stripes and blue deco on him. You would think with a name like Tigrex, you'd think it'd be a combination of a T-Rex and a tiger, but it's more of a dragon than a tiger. But anyways, all that to say, it is a really cool looking figure, and the fact that they're even doing Monster Hunter figures and Monster Hunter monsters is really, really cool. I actually did a little bit of research, and this is actually the 5th monster that they've done from Monster Hunter. The only one I was familiar with that they've done is the Rathalos, which looked pretty cool. I'm not familiar with this monster specifically. In terms of the Monster Hunter universe, the only game I've ever played is Monster Hunter World. And this was not a monster that I ran into at any point, unless it was DLC further down the line. But in terms of the main story, this character is not from there. But I just thought this was a really cool announcement. And, like I said, I played Monster Hunter World, and there's a lot of awesome Monster Hunter designs in that game that I would love to see figures for, like the Anjanath, Basilgeuse, Diablos, the Arathian, Near Gigante, just to name a few. There's so many other cool monsters that I would love to see them tackle them. Now, I don't know how big these figures are. I didn't figure that out when I was doing my research. I don't know if these figures are gigantic, statue size, or maybe they're kind of in the 11-inch range, where they're definitely a bigger figure, but it's not outrageous. It fits with it being a monster. Not too sure. I don't believe this went up for pre-order, or if it did, it was only on Premium Bandai, and I have no way of pre-ordering it. But even still, if it was available for me to pre-order, through Big Bad Toy Store, I don't think I would, because I'm not familiar with this character. But I would definitely love to see some other monsters, specifically from Monster Hunter World, be done in this style. I think there's a lot of cool designs that Tamashii Nations can definitely do a killer job on. So I'm going to keep my eye on this and some other Monster Hunter figures that they announce. But yeah, very, very cool looking figure, the Tigrex. So that is going to be it for me in the month of August 2023. Hope you guys enjoyed. Like I said, pretty quiet month in terms of pre-orders and new stuff. Not too much to talk about. Still some stuff to talk about. It's always fun to talk about figures. I actually feel like I did quite a bit of talking this episode. I was kind of hoping it'd be on the shorter end, but I think I went on about a few things, like with the wrestling stuff. I know I talked quite a bit. I know I talked quite a bit about Little Big Planet and how much it meant to me. But, you know, these are cool figures and they mean a lot to me, and I like talking about them and I like sharing them. So I apologize, but that's just me, you know. I like to talk and go on and on about stuff. I can definitely get to rambling at times, but I try and cut it out. You guys should see the rough edits, the raw footage of some of these videos where I just go on and on and on and on. I'm like, yeah, I gotta cut out this part, or maybe I repeated this like a couple times. So definitely something I'm working on, just kind of trying to cut down. But, you know, some people like the longer videos. Me personally, I like a long video. But yeah, that is going to be it for me and my monthly figure pickups for the month of August 2023. Hope you guys enjoyed. Look forward to next month in September. Hopefully we get the figure that I want to give away. Like I said, I still want to do the giveaway, but the figure that I want to give away is coming out at the end of August. But as I'm recording this, it's the 31st, and I still have not got a shipping notification on this figure that it's been released, which kind of concerns me. But I'm just going to kind of hope for the best. So look forward to that. Other than that, I don't really have anything else to add off the top of my head. I think I've covered everything. I want to thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Keep up with everything that's going on the channel. I'll catch you guys next time. And until then, guys, peace out.